Okay, thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning. How you doing?
How are you?
I appreciate you, Kenneth. So, thank you. So, I appreciate you. Have a great day.
Oh, it's like, oh, one day for going in. That told me last week. Now that I'm playing, I have a still jury around here this morning, but she said, "Are you still thinking Judge King just being on vacation?"
It always work out better. She's
That's
here.
I'd rather be like, even really busy Wednesday, I'd rather be not busy Monday and Tuesday. That's easy to do it. Wednesday is that.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, Judge.
Good morning.
Good morning.
About ready to start. First up, I have Mr. Cooper. You have Lewis.
I do, Judge. I spoke with him on Thursday or Friday of last week. We'd like to have an exam. He's in the jail. Can I waive his presence?
Let me call the case.
Okay,
Calling case number 2305-581601, people of the state of Michigan versus Ryan Lewis. Defendant is charged in count 1, controlled substance possession, cocaine, heroin, or another narcotic less than 25 grams. Count 2, assault with a dangerous weapon. Count 3, domestic violence, second offense notice.
Appearances for the record, please.
Morning, Your Honor, Shelley Drain for the people, P number 60249.
and good morning, Renee Cooper on behalf of Mr. Lewis.
What's your pleasure, Mr. Cooper?
Judge, he's in the county jail. We've discussed this. He wishes to have an exam. I'd ask to waive his presence, and could I get an exam date from you?
Court will waive the defendant's presence, continue to plea of not guilty, and set this matter for preliminary examination. House March 20th at 9:30.
At 9:30, is it possible to have it a little later in the morning?
Yeah, I probably need to do that anyway, because if he's in custody, they won't get him over here till 10 o'clock anyway. So let's do 11:30.
That's great. I appreciate it, Judge. And I will see you then.
Thank you.
Take care.
Thank you, you as well. Mr. Bradford.
Good morning, Judge King.
Good morning, sir. How can I help you?
I'm here for a PCC for Mr. Lamar Wright this morning. I do not have discovery. I don't have paper or digital discovery, actually.
Case.
Calling case number 2305-581201, people of the state of Michigan versus Lamar Wright. Defendant is charged in count 1 and 2, larceny from the person. Count 3, assault with a dangerous weapon. Counts 4, 5, and 6, weapons, felony firearm. Count 7, domestic violence.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor, Shelley Drain for the people, P number 60249.
Good morning, Judge, to you and your staff, Cody Bradford, NDS Detroit, P85944, on behalf of Mr. Lamar Wright, who is present via Zoom.
Tell us your name, Mr. Wright.
Lamar Wright.
What's your pleasure, Mr. Bradford?
Yes, Judge, I think we just need to adjourn the PCC. I do not have discovery in this case. I'm missing both paper and digital discovery.
Mr. Fairhouse, discovery.
Yes. I'm sorry, Your Honor, if I may, Mr. Bradford, I did actually send the paper and digital discovery to your office, but I can send it directly to you this morning if you'd like.
Okay, yes. Do you know about when you sent that? Maybe my paralegal just hasn't seen it.
Probably Friday. I think I sent
Friday.
it Friday.
Okay, that's probably fine. I can double check with her, and if we don't have it, I'll just send you an email, and if you could send it directly to me, but
Absolutely.
okay.
Are you demanding an exam?
Probably, Judge. I mean, I just don't know. I don't know anything about the case, unfortunately.
The court will continue to plea of not guilty. We'll set this matter for preliminary examination on March 20th at 9:30.
Judge, I will be out from the 17th through the 29th.
Who said you could do that?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
I said, who said you could do that?
I'm sorry, it's been a while since I took a vacation. I need one, Judge.
All right. March 31st at 10 o'clock.
That works for me.
We continue.
Thank you. Judge, just one thing before I go. Mr. Wright, does your number end in 9460?
No.
Okay, Judge, could I have a brief breakout room with Mr. Wright?
Can you just give them your number?
Sure. You ready, Mr. Wright?
Yes, 1 second. One second. Yes, what is it?
Okay, it's 248
Okay.
326 4435.
4435?
Yep.
Okay.
Mr. Wright looks just like a cousin of mine. Mr. Longstreet,
Sir, yes, sir. Good morning.
good morning. How can I help you?
I am actually here in regards to a matter that is up for preliminary examinations tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. on a homicide first degree.
Okay, so why are you here now?
I'm here now because I need to discuss the issue I have tomorrow in reference to a scheduling conflict with a federal case at 2 o'clock. I am prepared to proceed to go tomorrow. However, I would make a request that if we could start the exam earlier than 10 a.m. And or an adjournment to a date, because this is going to be a very long and very complicated exam.
Who's your APA on that?
That would be Mr. Fedoric. So I guess if I would pose the question of, would you prefer that we enter a stipulated order to adjourn to a new date, or just come in earlier tomorrow, or just play it by ear? I just want to inform the court early.
Come in early tomorrow.
Okay, that sounds great. Thank you. And would I have your blessing to leave tomorrow at 12:40 so I can get to Flint by 2 p.m.?
All right, we'll go as far as we can go with it.
Awesome. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Have a great day.
Ms. Chapman, good morning.
Judge, I have Mr. Pinson.
Okay,
I don't know if that's him at the jail. He was in the jail, waiting for a personal bond tether. And I did not check that that's him. It looks like he's waving his hand. Is that you, Mr. Pinson? You have to unmute, sir.
I think he said right.
Okay.
He said he tried to unmute.
Good morning, Your Honor. Who is this we have here?
I have a Mr. Watson here for you.
That's Mr. Watson.
Oh, okay. So I'd like to waive Mr. Pinson's
Mr.
presence.
Pinson?
Mr. Pinson.
Do you have Mr. Pinson, deputy?
I'm sorry, who?
Mr. Pinson, Charles Pinson.
He's en route right now.
Okay. Did you want to wait on him or waive his presence, Ms. Chapman?
If I could waive his presence, Your Honor, we're gonna
Okay.
set it for an exam.
Calling case number 2305-581001, people of the state of Michigan versus Charles Pinson. Defendant is charged in count 1, assault with intent to do great bodily harm, less than murder or by strangulation. Count 2, domestic violence.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the people, P number 60249.
Good morning, Your Honor. Carolyn Chapman Marsh, P 31887 on behalf of Mr. Pinson. I would ask to waive his presence for purposes of today's hearing and set this for a preliminary examination, Your Honor.
Court, waive the defendant's presence. What's your pleasure?
Yes, I would ask for a preliminary exam, Your Honor. I do have the discovery in this matter.
Mr. Pinson is in custody.
Yes, as I indicated off the record, Your Honor, it appears his bond is a personal bond with a tether. And as far as I can tell, he's just waiting for his tether to be released.
All right, the court will continue to plead not guilty and set this matter for preliminary examination. How was March 20th at 10 o'clock?
That is a good date. Thank you, Judge.
March 20th at 10 o'clock, and bond will be continued.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Have a good day.
Thank you as well. Mr. Watson, we're just waiting on your attorney to get here. Keith, can I help you? What's your name, sir?
Hello,
Yes, sir. What's your name?
Vance Varga.
Okay, we're just waiting on your attorney, Mr. Varga.
Okay.
Mr. Dupree, good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. How are you?
Good, sir. How are you?
Doing all right, thank you.
What can I do for you this morning?
I have a Cornelius Grubb up for a couple of probable cause conferences.
Okay. I only see one on my docket.
Oh, shoot, maybe they didn't get both scheduled for the same date. I didn't, you know what? I actually just assumed they were. I didn't even double check that. Give me a moment. Let me confirm that. Oh, they're supposed to both be today. I can give you the two case numbers if the court clerk would like them.
When we have ends in 0650, what's the other case you have?
0650. Interestingly enough, neither of the ones that I have ends 0650. I have a 8360 and a 5809.
Oh, I'm sorry, I was looking at the wrong case, 8360. That's the one we had.
Okay, then I'll put, I can throw in the chat as well, but I have a 230558091.
Judge Jefferson.
Judge Jefferson has that case.
Oh, interesting.
Because this is a special assignment case, that's why that one is here. The other one goes to general warrants. So
Got
that's
it.
Calling case number 2106-283601. People of the state of Michigan versus Cornelius Grubb. Defendant is charged in count 1, home invasion, first degree. Count 2, assault with intent to do great bodily harm, that's then murder or by strangulation.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the people, P number 60249.
And good morning, Your Honor. May it please the court, Matthew Dupree, P80132 for the defendant Cornelius Grubb. He's not present this morning, Your Honor. I have not yet had contact with him. The defense will be requesting an adjournment for additional time to contact him. He was in custody when I was appointed. By the time of my set visitation, he had just been released, which was Friday. I didn't have sufficient time to get a letter out to him, giving him notice of this hearing, just asking if we could have a week so I can get a letter out to him, have some further attempts to contact him.
I'll adjourn the probable cause conference to March 22nd at 8:30.
Thank you, Your Honor.
We continue.
Thank you, Judge. Have a good morning, Your Honor.
Thank you as well. Mr. Torres.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, sir. You're here on Varga?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Varga is here. Let me call the case.
Calling case number 2205-906501, people of the state of Michigan versus Vance Varga. Defendant is charged in count 1, assault with a dangerous weapon, count 2, domestic violence.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the people, P number 60249.
Good morning, Peter Torres, P68242, here on behalf of Mr. Varga, and we consent to Zoom.
Mr. Varga, tell us your name for the record.
Vance Varga.
What's your pleasure, counsel?
Your Honor, I'm asking that this be set for an in-person preliminary examination at a later date. My client will waive his right to have that hearing within the statutory period of time. I also need discovery too.
Why are you requesting a later date?
Well, because I don't imagine that I'm going to get discovery and then be able to review it with my client by next week. And on top of it, next week's going to be very difficult schedule-wise on my end.
You're selling my very capable assistant prosecuting attorney short. Very efficient.
I will get you the discovery today.
Thank you so much. Judge, when you order it, it goes quick. Not that they don't do it quickly enough, but I do appreciate it. Thank you.
So March 20th isn't good for you?
March, no. So that would be, I'm looking at my schedule right now, Your Honor. March 20th is not a good day.
March 23rd? I'm sorry, March 22nd.
Looking, is it a morning or can we do it in the afternoon?
Could be afternoon.
Afternoon will work on,
Okay, March 22nd at 1:30.
yes, March 22nd at 1:30 works.
I am trying to reach Indiana Wilkins.
All right, bond will be continued. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Have a good day.
You too. Good morning, Ms. Silver.
Morning. Sorry I was late. I forgot you had changed courtrooms. I was listening to landlord tenant for about 20 minutes, about ready to pull my hair out.
I'm sure it was very interesting.
No, not one lick of interest there. And then I'm like, oh, wait, he moved courtrooms.
So you're here on Latoya?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Ripley, is that your case?
Yes.
All right.
Okay.
Calling case number 2305-575501, people of the state of Michigan versus Leroy, Latoya the third. Defendant is charged in count 1, homicide, felony murder, count 2, child abuse, first degree.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Tina Ripley on behalf of the people, P83688.
And good morning, Gabby Silver appearing on behalf of Leroy Matoyer.
And all right, what's your pleasure, Ms. Silver?
Judge, we've received, I'm not sure if discovery is complete. We have received discovery from the people. We need an exam date, but it's got to be a few weeks out. I'm starting a homicide trial on Monday.
On Monday, March 20th?
Yes, that's expected to take 2 weeks. There's 4 lawyers and Miss Lindsay.
Oh, geez.
That's what I say. That's what we all say, actually. It's Miss Diallo, Miss Gray, Mr. Blake.
That's going to be a fun trial. I want to see that.
We're selling tickets.
Okay. How's March 30th?
Your Honor, my officer in charge is going to be out of the country until April 4th.
Is your officer in charge needed?
She potentially may be, yes.
For what? To testify for what?
Well, I mean, I guess maybe she won't be. That's if I'm sure I can get a stand-in officer in charge. I just, know that she would prefer to be there.
Ms. Silver?
Judge, that should be okay if we finish. I'll know by the 27th or 28th if we're going to finish. It's a pretty long trial. I know that. But hopefully it'll move quicker than we all think. So I'll go with the 30th. And I'll let you know if I can't do it.
Let's say the 30th at 1:30.
Judge, I'm also want to address bond. I'm hoping the court can ask for a DSU report so we can address bond.
I can do that. I'll refer to pretrial services for bond recommendation.
Thank you, Judge.
And Your Honor, I'm sorry.
Okay.
If I may. There was an investigative subpoena done in this case. I will bring a order for that so I can turn it over to Ms. Silver.
Well, I'd rather have it before the exam, so I'm happy to sign off on that. I appreciate Ms. Ripley's honesty here and not making me ask her all those questions. So I'm happy to sign the order. We can email it over and maybe Ms. Ripley can send that to me.
Yep, absolutely. I can send that to you. And I did email you a proposed non-disclosure order. If you would be.
I saw that. That order looks okay for me.
Okay,
So
I can send that to the court.
I'll email it to you. Okay.
Okay.
All right,
Thank
guys.
you so much.
All right. Sir, on the iPhone, what's your name?
Tyrone Smith.
Tyrone Smith? Okay,
Yes.
Mr. Mc is next up. Mr. McRipley.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, sir. You ready?
Yes.
All right.
Calling case number 2206-045601. People of the state of Michigan versus Tyrone Smith Jr. Defendant is charged in count 1, assault with intent to do great bodily harm, less than murder or by strangulation. Count 2, larceny from the person. Count 3, assault with a dangerous weapon. Count 4, interfering with electronic communications. Count 5, weapons felony firearm. Count 6, domestic violence aggravating. Count 7, assault or assault and battery. That's it, Judge.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the people, P number 60249.
And good morning, Judge King, G. Whitney Mac Ripley on behalf of Mr. Smith.
Mr. Smith, tell us your name for the record.
Tyrone Smith.
What's your pleasure, Mr. McRipley?
An exam date, Your Honor. The 20th, if we're still looking at the 20th, we're looking at a different date, Judge.
The 20th?
The 20th is fine.
Court will continue to plea of not guilty and set this matter for preliminary examination
I
on
have
March
Judge Jefferson at 9.
March 20th at 9:30.
It's 2 defendants, maybe 10, if that's okay.
10:30.
Thank you, Your Honor.
March 20th at 10:30. Bond will be continued.
Thank you, Your Honor. You guys have a good day. I'll talk to you later, Mr. Smith. You can sign off.
Right, we're just waiting on Mr. Magidson for Mr. Watson.
Hello, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
I know we're done with Mr. Pinson. We still have a Mr. Lewis, Meteor, and Watson.
So Mr. Lewis is set for March 20th at 11:30 for preliminary exam. Mr. Latoya is set for March 30th at 1:30 for preliminary exam.
What
And
about
we're still waiting on Mr. Watson's attorney.
Thank you, sir.
There's more. At 11 o'clock. Couple times.
Okay.
Here comes Mr. Magnuson. Come on, Mr. Magnuson, don't be shy. There he is. Good morning, Mr. Magnuson.
Good morning, Judge. How are you?
Good, sir. We've been waiting on you for Watson. You ready?
Yes, I've been trying to find you, Judge. You gotta do digs.
You gotta stay with me. I'm kind of slippery.
Ready?
Yes.
Calling case number 2305-581101. People of the state of Michigan versus Tyrone Watson. Defendant is charged in count 1, assault with intent to do great bodily harm, less than murder or by strangulation. Count 2, weapons, firearm, possession by felon. Count 3, domestic violence.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the people, P number 60249.
Good morning, Your Honor. Mark Magidson on behalf of Mr. Watson, P number 25581. Judge, this is the first time I didn't realize Mr. Watson was detained until this morning. I was trying to call him over the weekend, but then we checked and he's obviously detained. So I haven't had a chance to talk to him. But based on these allegations, I'm going to ask for a that we have a preliminary exam, and then I will set up a Zoom meeting with him at the jail or a meeting.
Mr. Watson, tell us your name for the record.
My name is Tamwan Isaac Watson, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning. The court will continue the plea of not guilty. We'll schedule this matter for preliminary examination on March 20th at 12 o'clock. Is that a good date and time, Mr. Magidson?
If I could just check my calendar real quick, Judge, I appreciate that. At 12 o'clock, you said?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, sure, that'll work.
Okay, March 20th at 12 o'clock noon. Bond will be continued.
Mr. Watson, I will be in touch with you. Judge, could it may be unrealistic, but could I order a DSU report in the meantime?
I'll refer to pretrial services for final recommendation.
Pretrial services, thank you.
Break room. Break room.
Could we put maybe we can go to a break room now and then we can leave if that's possible.
Sure, I'm not doing anything else right now. Go ahead and join.
Thank you very much, Judge.
Officer Long, what can I do for you?
Yes, I'm here for I am here for Latricia Day.
Maybe in the wrong courtroom.
What courtroom is Evans? Judge Evans? I was told it was 234.
No, sir. This is Judge King.
Do you know what courtroom Evans is in? By any chance?
334.
334. Got you. Thank you so much.
All right. So, you have anybody here for 9 o'clock?
Yeah, take care.
Hey, come on in.
See that note?
Wait.
Ms. Strain, you ready on Frida Walker?
Yes, Judge.
Calling case 2355649, people of the state of Michigan versus Frida Walker. Defendant is charged in count 1, home invasion, 3rd degree. Count 2, malicious destruction of building, $200 or more, but less than $1,000. Count 3, domestic violence. Defendant has an additional offender second offense. Appearance to the record.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the people, P number 60249.
Good morning, Judge. Robert Kenny appearing on behalf of Ms. Walker, 35842.
All right, tell me your name, ma'am.
Frida Walker.
This date time set for preliminary examination. Are we ready to proceed?
Your Honor, I am not able to proceed at this time. The complaining witness is a Mr. Lucas Walker. He was notified of today's date and time. He is not present, and I cannot proceed without his testimony today.
So order, court will dismiss this matter without prejudice.
Thank you, Judge.
Dismissal. So we're down to 10. Date that I set, Mr. Vance and Watson.
And 12. Our exams are they all day?
All one day is the 130, that's not it.
139.
The 130 is jail.
That's it? Okay.
Except for more.
And they didn't bring him right.
No,
So
they're
you
not
don't
bringing
get your paper. So you don't need paper.
No.
So Judge King, this is Magidson back again. I was wondering if I could just make now that I talked to Mr. Watson, he is asking me to ask for a bond on his behalf, which I think I'm obligated to do.
Well, my court reporter just stepped away, number one. And number two, I've already ordered a ZSU. We can address bond at the exam if need be.
Okay, Judge, we'll see you next week. Mr. Watson will address the bond at your next court date.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
So when is the next court date?
A week from today.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Judge King. That's all we have for you today, sir.
All right, thank you, sir. Have a great day.
You too.
Last case, do you have any witnesses on this?
Last case. All right, greetings.
Got a mic, big file. Just that. Witnesses.
Oh, do I know how many witnesses? No, I imagine it's.
Okay. Judge of Mr. Longstreet case. Was he? Starting team. Did you tell him he was still going to start at team?
He said that he came in for early.
Okay, because the prosecutor is saying the people are not even agreeing with that. That's the time he's subpoenaed his witnesses.
Ms. Drain. Our 11 o'clock on Shantae's Moore is going to be adjourned.
Okay,
The defendant is killed,
okay.
just so you know.
Do we have a new date yet or no?
No, I anticipate that this file will be here to set a date.
Okay, very good. Thank you. I will let the complainant know. Thank you.
Okay. It's hot.
of people out there for, maybe it's not for us, huh? You think?
Is it?
We'll see, there's, right down over it, oh. Quite a few, quite a few police.
Good morning. Good morning. Ms. Spahn, good morning.
Good morning.
So did you get the news that your client for the 11 o'clock, Mr. Moore, is ill?
Yeah, I've been trying to see him since the probable cause conference, and they keep telling me he's in quarantine.
Okay, so we're gonna have to get you another date. Ms. Strange should be here shortly.
Okay. I like your tie.
Oh, thank you.
Very colorful.
Strange. Ms. Drain, are you there? Yes.
Shelley just called me, Your Honor. She's gonna sign in right now.
Okay, here she comes now. Okay, so we are ready on more.
Calling case number 2305-549301. People of the state of Michigan versus Shantae Moore. Defendant is charged in count 1, assault with intent to do less than murder or by strangulation. Count 2, police officer assaulting, resisting, obstructing. Count 3, domestic violence. Second offense notice.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the people, P number 60249.
Good morning, Your Honor. Janet Spond appearing on behalf of Shantae Moore, P 43281.
Good morning, both. So the court was notified, I'm not sure who was in jail, that Mr. Moore is ill and will not be brought over for a preliminary examination scheduled for 11 o'clock today. That being the case, the court finds good cause to adjourn the matter. I will adjourn it to this. How is March 22nd at 10 o'clock?
Your Honor, I can't do a Wednesday morning. Could we do the 21st?
No, that's my homicide day. I can do the 20th at 1:30.
Yeah, I've got 3 exams in Pontiac Southfield at 2 o'clock.
My only hesitation about the 20th is that going to give him enough time?
Yeah, I know. What about, I could do the 27th in the afternoon.
What about the 24th at 10 o'clock?
Yeah, I can't do Fridays either. I'm sorry.
So you say you have a lot of exams on the 22nd?
Yeah, I have on the 20th. Yeah, I could do the 27th in the afternoon. I could do the 28th in the morning. I could do the 30th.
I'm still asking about the 22nd. What time are you available on the 22nd?
Probably not till like 3:30.
So you're tired of all morning and afternoon?
Yeah, I do a docket for a juvenile referee on Wednesdays and Fridays.
At 10 o'clock?
What day?
Oh, that's a Wednesday. Monday at 11:45, the 20th, March 20th.
That's fine.
All right, bond will be continued.
All right, thank you. I hope he'll be
Thank
well
you.
by then. Take care, Your Honor.
Thank
Thanks,
you.
Shelley.
You too. Thanks.
I need a motion. Yeah, we're ready to go. How you doing, Judge?
Good, how are you?
A little scatterbrained, but I'm all right. To display anything, we need to log on to Zoom.
Yes.
Right here. Text it or what? Just let me know. That's fine. Yes. You want to say, say rock and roll.
Rayvon DeJuan Bridges, calling case 2355646. People of the state of Michigan versus Rayvon DeJuan Bridges. Defendant is charged with count 1 criminal sexual conduct versus 3 persons under 13, defendant 17 years of age or older. Count 2 aggravated indecent exposure. Appearances for the verdict.
Good morning, Your Honor. Tina Ripley on behalf of the people, P83688.
Good morning, Judge, to you and your staff. Robert Bird Harris, P81843, on behalf of Mr. Rayvon Bridges, who's present in the courtroom.
Tell me your name for the record, sir.
Rayvon Bridges.
There's a date and time set for preliminary examination. Are we ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
How many witnesses for the people?
One for the people, Your Honor.
Okay. Any preliminary matters before we begin?
Court asked for a mutual order of sequestration, with the exception for, when the officer charge may arrive, and then, like victim advocate. But
Any objection to the OIC or?
I need the OIC to stay out because I will be calling her as a witness, and also I have 10 witnesses.
Not calling 10 witnesses here today.
I understand. I mean, I figured that we're gonna need another date to return. I wasn't exaggerating at the private bus conference when I said I had 11 witnesses. So I had 11 witnesses.
Okay, you're gonna have to give me an offer of proof as to what these witnesses testified to.
All of these witnesses were at the house that the supposed assault took place. All of them can place either my client or the complainant, and all of them can testify that the complainant is literally making all of this up. Every single one.
Let's see how it goes. Ready to call your witness?
yes, Your Honor. The people called Soraya Butler.
Good morning, ma'am. Please step forward, give your name and the spelling of your name to the young lady seated over here. Tell her your name and spell it for her. Please raise your right hand, your other right. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Can you hear me? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? You have to answer out loud, ma'am. Thank you. Please have a seat. The witness box right up here. Let's pull that door open, have a seat. There's going to be a microphone that's to your left as you sit down. I need you to speak directly into that nice and loud for me, okay? Speak directly into the microphone. You may begin when you're ready.
Good morning, Soraya.
That on? Just turn it on. Hit that button. So it turns red. Great. Tell us now. Tell us your name.
Soraya. Brad, can you tell me how old you are?
I'm 12,
And when's your birthday?
June 16, 2010.
Fred, do you know someone by the name of Rayvon Bridges?
I can't hear you say this.
Do you know someone by the name of Rayvon Bridges?
Yes,
Who is that to you?
my cousin.
And do you see Mr. Bridges in the courtroom today?
Yes,
And can you tell me an item of clothing that he's wearing?
he wearing a black jacket.
And
He wearing a mask.
and Your Honor, would the record reflect that the witness identified the defendant in this case?
So no.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sorry, did something happen between you and Mr. Bridges?
Yes,
Can you tell me what happened?
I was in my auntie Mary's room, and then I was watching music. Then he came in there. Then he was like, "What you doing?" I was like, "Why you asking me that weird question?" And then he left out. Then I was dozing off. Then, then I was dozing off, and then that's when he came in there and started pulling my pants down. Then I was I was laying on my back, and then I felt his stuff almost within me, and then that's when that's when
Help us out with some questions.
Yes. Okay. So, you said you're in your Aunt Mary's room.
Mhm.
Where's, oh, she's at yes or no?
Yes,
Where's that
the bathroom right there, and then my auntie Mary room, of course, in the bathroom.
at? Whose house are you at?
My auntie's
Which aunt?
Mary,
And, where's, do you know what city that's in?
Detroit.
So, you're in your Auntie Mary's room and you're watching Wednesday,
Yes,
and, you said Mr. Bridges comes in to the room for a minute,
yeah,
and then you said he leaves out.
yes.
How long, does he, leave out before he comes back in?
That was like 2 minutes, 3. Yeah, I was dozing off.
You said you're laying on your back,
Yeah,
and, you said you felt his stuff going in you,
almost.
almost going in you.
Yeah.
When you say his stuff, what are you talking about?
Dick.
His dick, what does he use his dick for?
Pee.
Oh, and you said you felt it almost going in you.
Yeah,
What part of you was it going in?
my whole
Your, what do you?
pee.
You used to pee? And how did this feel?
Weird.
Weird. What were, did you say anything when this was happening?
Yeah, like when I told my mom to.
Nope, when he's putting his, dick in your hole, did you say anything?
No.
Did Mr. Bridges say anything?
No.
Is he, where are his hands?
On his stuff.
On his stuff, what is his stuff?
His dick.
Okay. Where are your hands?
On the bed.
On the bed, okay. Are they, where at on the bed are they?
Like laying on the bed and yeah.
Okay, so are your hands, are they to the side, above you, or something else?
To the side.
To the side, okay.
Yeah.
And what are your legs doing?
Up.
They're up?
Yeah.
Who puts them up?
Rayvon.
Okay. And when you say up, are they, up like your knees are bent? Are they up like your legs are coming towards you, or are they something else?
Like it was coming right here.
So,
Like it was up my leg.
okay, so you, for the record, your honor, the witness was pointing to like the side of her head, so.
Yeah.
So your legs were lifted up towards your face?
Yeah.
Okay, and you said, Mr. Bridges put them there?
Yeah.
Okay, and where is his body?
On my stomach, like his face. He's facing me.
He's facing you?
Yeah.
Okay. And, what is his body doing, if anything?
Like the bed shake.
The bed is shaking? Okay.
Like.
Oh, you can continue.
Huh?
What was the bed doing?
Like he was moving around and stuff. Yeah. Then when I got, then I started to like my pants, and then he started jacking off, and white stuff started coming and stuff.
Okay. So,
Then I was trying to go out the room, he pulled my hand, and I snatched away from him.
okay, so we're gonna talk about that, okay? You said these things like almost in you.
Yeah.
And you said it within almost in your hole.
Yeah.
Okay. Did you feel anything?
A little bit.
A little bit? Okay. Did you feel it where you said he was putting it in? Said yes. I see you shaking.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. And what makes this stop?
What?
What makes him stop trying to put his dick in your hole?
I told him to stop.
Okay. Does he stop?
Yeah.
What does he do next?
And then he started yelling. Yeah, my sister now. He stopped.
Okay. And what is he, when you say jacking off, what is, I see you're referencing, or you're for the record, the witness is using her right hand and is shaking it in an up and down motion. So when you say jacking off, what is he doing?
Well, he is on the window and crossing it.
Okay. And then you said, white stuff comes out.
Yeah.
Okay. Where does this go?
The white stuff?
Yeah.
My face.
Okay. And what happens after he's done jacking off?
Then he pulled up his pants, and then I was trying to get out the room. He pulled my hand, and then I snatched away and went out in the dining room.
Does he say anything to you while he's jacking off?
No.
Does he say anything to you?
Oh, he like he want to make kids.
He said, "Do you want to make kids?"
Yeah.
Okay. When does he say that?
When he was jacking off.
Okay. So, and then you said you tried to run out of the room?
Yeah, and then he pulled my hand, and I snatched away and opened it. And I went in the dining room.
And where do you go in the dining room?
On the twist around chair.
Okay. And where does Mr. Bridges go, if you know?
He left.
He left, does he, like the room?
No, outside.
He left the whole house?
Yeah.
Okay. Who is at home, or who's at your Aunt Mary's house, when this happens?
Me and Prince.
Me and Prince, who else?
Christian.
Who, how old is Mia?
She like 28.
Like 28?
26 or 28.
Okay. How old is Christian?
He 9. Or 8. He 8.
8. Where are they at in the house?
Down the basement.
They're down in the basement. Is anybody else home?
No.
What time of day does this happen?
Night.
At nighttime? Do you remember what time?
9:27 or 27. 9:27.
And how are you able to say the exact time?
Like when it happened?
Yes.
9:27.
Yes. So how do you
How do you know it was 9:27?
Cause I looked on my phone.
You look at your phone? Okay.
I was on my phone when I left out there.
When you left out of the room?
Yeah, cause I called my mom.
You called your mom. Okay. Do you tell your mom what happened?
No, I told Haley and Shania so.
Okay.
Then they told my mama.
Okay. So that time when you called your mom, right after this happened,
When did she come?
did she come and pick you up?
Yeah, at 10.
She came and picked you up at 10?
Yeah.
And you said you told your sister and Haley.
Yeah, Haley Ford.
When did you tell them?
After the day.
The day after?
Yeah.
Okay.
When I left.
Do you remember what you were doing during the day before this happened?
At the room.
You were at the room. Okay, what is the room?
Hotel. On Christian's birthday.
Okay, so you're at the hotel for Christian's birthday?
Yeah.
Who's all there?
At Christian's birthday, Zoe, Waban, his baby, and B, and Deaja's sister, and Mia was there, and EJ, and Rayvon.
Okay, hold on a second. I think I missed something. So this is at a room at a hotel that you're talking about now, right? When this happened with Rayvon, you were at your aunt's house?
Yeah.
Okay.
So the day before you were at the hotel? Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And you're there, you said, what were you there for?
At the hotel?
Yeah.
Christian's birthday.
Okay, so you're at the hotel for Christian's birthday, and everybody you listed was there, including, Mr. Rayvon Bridges,
What'd you say?
including Mr. Rayvon Bridges.
Yes.
Do you stay the night at that hotel?
Yes.
And who stays the night?
Zoe, Waban, Christian, Ray, and B, and Rayvon left.
Okay, so Rayvon does not stay the night at the hotel?
No.
Okay. So, after you stay the night at the hotel and you wake up the next morning, what do you do?
Did I do? Use the bathroom. Get on my phone.
Does there come up a time that you leave the hotel?
I don't remember.
You don't remember the time?
That we left?
Yeah, no, so do you leave the hotel at any point?
You talk about like when we check out?
Yes.
We left in the morning.
You left
like at 11 or 12.
Okay, so you left at 11 or 12, and where do you go?
My Auntie Mary's house.
And that night is when, this, incident with Mr. Bridges happens.
Yes.
So who is at your Aunt Mary's house, when you arrived there?
In the morning?
Yeah, so when you arrived there, who's there?
Markeisha, Zoe, Waban, and Ray, B, and Relasia, and EJ.
And is Mr. Rayvon Bridges there?
Yes.
Okay. Do you see him at the house that morning?
Yes.
Does he ever leave the house during the day?
Need me at the house? No.
Okay. So so you're at your Aunt Mary's house, until about 10 o'clock when your mom picks you up.
Yes.
And Mr. Bridges is there the whole time too? If you know.
I don't think so.
You don't think so? Okay,
Because
so
I left.
So
I left with my mama.
you left with your mom at 10 p.m.
Yeah.
Okay, so before 10 o'clock, so when you get home from the hotel, when you get to your Aunt Mary's house from the hotel, until 10 o'clock, when your mom picks you up or after the incident, is Mr. Bridges there the whole time?
Yes.
Okay. Do you, has this ever happened before?
Yes.
Can you tell me about that?
Actually, no. My understanding is that the one count charge.
So this is 404, this is 4.
Well, Your Honor, From my belief, it happened when the defendant was a juvenile. So
Defendant did what?
when he was a juvenile,
How is that relevant as to the events of January 22nd?
that's fair, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Do you know how old Mr. Rayvon Bridges is?
19 or 20.
And how old were you when this happened?
Oh shit, how old was he? Like,
How old were you this time that happened at your Aunt Mary's house?
like now in January? I was still 12,
You're 12, okay.
How old was he?
19.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Cross-examine.
Sorry, are you on social media?
Instagram,
What's your Instagram username?
the real dot underscore Wright.
Can you spell it for the report over there for me?
THEARELA dot underscore RIAH.
Is that your only social media account?
Yes,
So can you tell us again who was at the pool party at the hotel and use people's names as best you can?
the name that was at the hotel.
Correct.
Rayvon, Zoe, EJ,
And let me stop. If you know the person's last name, could you say their full name?
Rayvon, Bridget, Zamarian Sloan, I don't know EJ last name, Mia Prince, Wavon Ghostin, something like that. Wavon Ghostin, I think, and Christian May, and I don't know his baby last name, or Beans, or DH's little sister, or I don't know that by that first name.
Was it Zamarian at the hotel?
Yes,
What's Zamarian's last name? You know?
Sloan,
You talked to more than one person about what you're testifying about today, correct?
yes,
You talked to some police officers at the hospital, right?
yes,
You also went to a building to do what's called let me just question first, then you can answer. You also went to a building and did a kids talk video,
yes,
and you know what a kids talk.
yes, sir.
Okay. And who did you speak with at the interview where it was a kids talk interview?
Alexander. What's her name?
Are you sure it's not Amber?
What's her name?
I don't know the relevance of which talk that this talk is.
I was just trying to identify who she talked to. I mean, it's not I don't have to have a person's name, right? That's fine.
Okay, let's move on.
So you told the kids talk interviewer some things about this incident, right?
Yes,
You also told her that Zamarian heard Mr. Bridges say inappropriate things to you at the hotel, right?
yes,
That's what you told her?
yes,
And just to be clear, you're saying this happened on the Sunday that y'all came from the hotel, correct?
yes,
At nighttime.
yes,
And you say you know the exact time because you looked at your phone?
yes.
And when did you look at your phone?
When all this stuff stopped happening.
So you walk me through it again. So you said you pull up your pants. let me try that question. Let's back up. So when Rayvon first get into the room, what happened after that?
He pulled out my pants.
Okay. How did he do that? Explain it in as much detail as you can. Let the record reflect she's seemingly going from her waist to her knees. Is that where your pants got pulled down to? Where were you at when your pants got pulled down? Suppose.
My auntie married me.
Now, I mean, like, where specifically were you at in the room?
On the bed.
Where is the bed at?
On the floor.
The bed is on the, so it's just a bed on the floor. There's no like thing to lift it up, right?
No.
So you're laying on the bed?
Yes.
And you said that Rayvon came in and he just started pulling at your pants?
Yeah.
And what did you do?
Then I woke up. Then I felt pulling on my pants. And then I was like, stop. And then he started pulling all his wiener, his dick. And then he almost trying to put it in my wiener, in my pee, in my hole.
How big is this house? Well, let me strike that question. This is the smaller room, right? The room is about the size of maybe that area where you're sitting in right now. Maybe a little longer, maybe a little bigger.
Yeah.
Yes, that's an accurate
Yes.
description. And where are other people in the house?
Like where they was at? Me was downstairs and Christian.
And that was the only two people that were there?
Yes.
And this is a small house, right?
A little bigger.
When you say a little bigger, could you?
Side, medium.
How many bedrooms are in the house?
4. Don't count downstairs because it just, they make up the room.
Okay.
So basically it's like 3.
And that's including upstairs, right?
Yeah.
So you didn't want him to be touching you, correct?
Yes.
So did you scream? Did you yell? What did you? How loud did you get when you started pulling on your pants?
Loud, but can nobody hear me?
Why do you say that?
Because me was downstairs playing GTA and Goofy was watching her play. So I couldn't hear. So they couldn't hear.
And you were asleep before Rayvon came in the room, right?
Yes.
How do you know what they were doing in the basement? If you were asleep?
Because before this even happened, before this even happened, before I even went into to go watch Wednesday, I was watching them play the game at first before I even started watching Wednesday.
How long were you watching Wednesday?
Like until until the next episode came.
Let me ask the question this way. How many episodes of Wednesday did you watch?
20.
You watched 20 episodes of Wednesday?
But I couldn't finish because I was dozing off.
You understand what I mean by an episode, correct?
Yeah.
What do you mean? What do you think I mean when I say episode?
Like the episode,
So when the TV series first comes on, right, and then it goes off and you have the credits, that's an episode?
Yeah.
So you said that after your pants were down, your legs were behind your head?
Yeah.
Yes or no?
Yes,
How did your legs get behind your head?
Rayvon.
Did you kick them?
I was trying to, but he too strong.
So you were actually fighting back against them?
I couldn't because he had his, like, he was his rocky for my leg.
Well, I heard you the first time when you said that your legs got pushed back. I'm asking, what did you do to try to stop him from doing it?
I couldn't do it.
How fast after you realized your pants were being pulled down did Rayvon push your legs up?
The way you pull my pants down, did he push my leg up?
Yeah, how fast did that happen?
Like how fast did it happen? And he just pulled my pants down and left my legs up.
And you said that he was shaking the bed on top of you?
No, he was like moving and stuff, trying to please me.
When the prosecutor was asking questions, I thought I heard you say that he was shaking the bed.
Yeah, he was moving around and he was shaking the bed too, trying to please me.
And you were just saying, stop?
Yeah, stop.
Before you said you weren't saying anything, but you're saying that you were saying stop now?
Yeah.
And so, how does this all stop when Rayvon does what?
Cause I told him to stop. And then he stopped and then he started jacking off. And then white stuff started coming out his feet.
What did you do when he was doing it?
When he was jacking off, like, when he was jacking off, he was like, he wanna make kids. And then that's when I tried to run out the room, and then he grabbed my arm and I snatched it away.
And you said that after you snatched away, you went into the dining room?
Yeah.
And how far away is it? How many steps from Auntie Mary's house is it to the dining room?
Like you just walk straight in there.
It's like 5 or 6 steps, right?
Yeah.
And you said you just went and sat on the chair?
Yeah, the little twistable chair.
How long did you sit in the chair?
Like, or it's my mom.
When did you call your mom after you left the room?
I called her again.
I'm sorry?
I called her after the stuff started happening. I went in there and then.
When you say you went in there, what room were you
In
in?
the dining room. Then that's when I called her on the phone. I let my people come get me. And then she came at 10 because she was doing DoorDash.
Did she ask you why you wanted to get picked up?
No.
You didn't tell her at all, Ray did something to me or touched me or anything?
I told my sisters.
But not your mom?
Yeah.
So going back a little bit about what you talked to the police about. You told the police after this situation at your Auntie Mary's that you had to run out of the room for your life, right?
Yes.
And you're saying that you didn't run and tell anybody?
I told Leah, but she was like, girl, get the fuck out of my face.
So you did actually tell Mia in the house, right?
Yes, but she told me, get the fuck out of her face.
And that's different than what you just testified to, right?
Yeah.
Why is that different?
I mean, no.
It's not different? I thought you said before you didn't tell anybody but your sister and it was another person, a cousin, I think.
Oh, yeah, cause I did tell Mia at first, but she told me she didn't believe me.
When did you tell me?
Before I left, I was down there to go tell Mia, and then she's like, girl, get the fuck out of my face. Why would my brother even do something like that? When she said,
So those are the only two places you went after this incident. You went to the living room, and now you're saying you also went down to Mia before you left.
yes,
When I say down to Mia, I'm talking about in the basement, right?
yes,
Because that's where she stays.
yes.
She lives at.
She got Rayvon over.
So she lives at this house, correct?
Yes,
With her boyfriend EJ.
yes.
And was EJ there?
He came he went to the store and get them some snacks and stuff.
When did he leave?
Before, no, like, when my mom came and got me, then he left in the car with somebody.
Okay, so clarify that for me. So I'm confused. You left and you saw EJ?
I got in the car around when I saw EJ get in the car with somebody, I don't know who it was.
You saw him getting into the car?
Yes.
Where was he at before he got into the car?
He was downstairs getting something for me, some money or something.
So you were in the dining room, right?
No, I was downstairs telling me what happened, but she told me to get on her face. And I walked upstairs, and then I heard the beat horn, that was my mom. And I left. Then EJ went, came, and then when I see him behind me by the door, then he went in the car.
Okay, let's clarify. So you saw EJ actually leave the house, correct?
Yes, to the store.
So at some point he was in the house before he left, right?
Yes.
So where was EJ at when he was in the house?
We was in the house, down the basement.
With Mia?
Yeah, getting the money to go to the store.
You saw EJ down there?
Yes.
And that's different than what you just said, right?
No.
You didn't just say that Mia and her son Christian were the only people downstairs?
EJ came because he was at work. I don't know where he worked at, but he was at work. And he came back. And then he went downstairs. And then Mia was like, "Hey, you go to the store for me?" And then EJ was like, "Yeah, I'm gonna ask my homeboy outside."
And that conversation took place where?
So I went, EJ went outside and Mia gave him the money.
I'm talking about the conversation you just said you heard. Where did that conversation happen at in the house?
Remember when I told me that he did something to me?
No, the conversation between EJ and Mia about the money you just were talking about.
EJ went outside and then.
So I was asking, when EJ said that to Mia, where were they at when they were talking?
Down the basement.
So they were both down in the basement?
Yes,
And you went down there, you saw them both?
yes.
So when Ray supposedly did this, this was a surprise, correct?
Huh?
When Ray supposedly did this to you, you were surprised, right? You weren't surprised by this? You shaking your head? You gotta respond verbally. No, you weren't surprised?
No.
Why weren't you surprised?
That's weird.
Weird things don't surprise you?
I guess what he's asking, did you know this was gonna happen? Or did it catch you off guard or by surprise that this happened?
I didn't know this was gonna happen.
Because nothing like this has ever happened, right?
It did before.
It did with who?
Him.
When was that?
Like,
We don't understand exactly what the event objected to me about.
I'm certainly not offering it for its truth.
Excuse me?
I'm certainly not offering it for its truth.
What are you offering for?
The fact that what she told people.
She pursued the same line of questioning you objected to.
That's not
You
just.
said it wasn't relevant.
That's fine, I don't have to pursue the line. So, right,
Yes.
do people tell you that you have a problem telling the truth?
What you say?
Do people tell you that you have a problem telling the truth?
They tell me, like my mom,
Anybody in the family?
like stop lying and stuff.
Yeah.
Like my mom, like my mom, but when I told, when Haley told me this, she believed it, because he was trying to do away before.
My question though is, other than your mother, do people in the family tell you that you have a problem telling the truth?
Your question is hearsay.
So when you first told the police about this, you said that you went to the dining room after this incident, right?
Yes.
And later on, when you talked to the person at the Kids Talk Center, you told them that you went upstairs, right?
No.
You never said that?
No.
Later on in that same Kids Talk video or that interview, you said that you left the bedroom and went to the bathroom. Do you remember saying that?
Yes, because I went to the bathroom. Yeah, I went in the bathroom. My-
You went to the bathroom first.
Yeah, my bad.
When you say you're bad, what do you mean?
Like, my bad. I forgot. Like, it just called it to my head.
You forgot that you went to the bathroom?
Like, it just called it to my head.
What did you tell the person that you told that I went to the bathroom? Why did you say that you went? To confuse the.
Why did you go to the bathroom?
What do you mean to use it?
Pee.
And that's it?
Huh?
And then you just use the bathroom and then went in the dining room?
Yeah, that's it. I was on. You know, that's it. That's it.
So it's right. You didn't realize you told the Kids Talk person something completely different, right? You told the police and the person at the Kids Talk interview something totally different than what you're testifying about today. Is that true?
I don't know if this is the proper way to, investigation, that's fine, but I don't think just a blanket, go statement by statement, I think that's the proper way to speak. And when you just say everything you said was false, right?
I didn't say, well, I just said different. But I mean, I can withdraw the question.
Listen, so she knows exactly what you're talking about.
For instance, you told the Kids Talk interviewer that you told your mom on the phone when you called her what Ray supposedly did to you.
When I told my mom what Rayvon did to me.
That's what you told the person who was at the Kids Talk place, right?
No, I told Haley. I told her Haley. I told Haley and tonight.
So you didn't tell the person in the Kids Talk video that you told your mom what happened.
Haley and tonight I told mom.
My question is listen to my question. When you were doing the Kids Talk interview, you told that woman that I called my mother and I told her Ray touched me, and your mom said, I'm on my way to come get you. You didn't say that? I'm gonna play a clip from March of Defendant's Exhibit A. It's a couple different points. I'm gonna play this. Are you teeing that up? Let me check on something. Ms. Irwin, good morning.
Good morning, Judge.
How can I help you?
I'm on DeJuan Coleman. I talked to the prosecutor. Judge, my client didn't make it to the court. He is on Zoom.
Supposed to be here, isn't he?
Yes, he is, and I'm very upset about that.
So why isn't he on his?
Is he on your Zoom, Judge?
I don't think so. Is he on this B-22?
Judge, I'll go off and call him.
Is this him connecting here?
Yeah, I gave him the Zoom number. I don't know why he's not there. I'll call him and I'll come back right back in.
Okay. All right, we're back on the record on People versus Bridges.
Hello.
What's your name? What's your name, sir?
DeJuan Coleman.
Mr. Coleman, why aren't you in 36th District Court?
Sir, because I had March 14th. I thought it was March 14th, Tuesday. I apologize.
All right, so you need to get here.
Huh?
You need to get here.
I currently don't have a ride right now, sir, but she said she'll give me 30 minutes unless I get on the bus.
You need to get on the bus, man.
Oh. Okay. What'd you say, Judge?
When you get here.
All right.
Burton Harris, are we ready?
I'll tell you how you let. Wait, no. You want to unmute the mic?
Share the audio. Sally, he's on his way here. Sally, he's on his way here. Miss Irwin.
Yes, Judge, I got you.
He's on his way here.
Oh, okay. Okay, thank you.
All right.
Then we got it. Starting the clip at, there's a timestamp that's actually on the media file. I'm starting it at 12 o'clock, 30 minutes and 23 seconds. So I want you to pay attention. And first of all, do you recognize what's on the screen? Because what I'm looking at on my screen is not that. Enlarge. I think part of the issue is this really, really old media player that the Kids Talk video is made with.
Why don't you approach the witness with your laptop?
You recognize this on my laptop? What are we looking at?
Speak into the microphone so we can hear you.
And me and the lady.
The lady, and that's the lady that you interviewed at the Kids Talk Center?
Yes.
Like my thing for $40. And then I didn't do it. I was like, no. And then he started getting mad. And then he started pulling his thing out. And Jack spit on his head and started jacking off the white stuff started coming out. How was his thing? He was doing what? He was jacking? He was jacking his stuff off. He was jacking his stuff off? Yeah, and white stuff started coming up on the bed. Okay. And then what happened next? And then I was trying to go out the room. And then he pulled my arm. Then I snatched away from him. And I went upstairs. And then he went, and I was peeking. He went outside. And I had to go. Okay. And then
So, Sarai, did you hear yourself say that you went upstairs after this?
Yeah.
You didn't say anything about the bathroom, right? Did you hear yourself say anything about the bathroom in the clip of this way? I'm sorry?
I did go to the bathroom.
My question is, you didn't tell her that, right?
Yeah.
That I'm gonna object to, in this clip, I can see it's inaccurate. I'm gonna do completeness, if you want to play the whole case stuff, that's fine.
I would love to play the whole case stuff.
You can drop it later on, in this clip that we actually, I didn't say that, but later on. It's not,
She says like 4 different things. So, yeah, one of the things she does say is, oh, I went to the bathroom. She says,
Okay, so why question her about you not telling the lady that you went to the bathroom at some point that she did? That's a bit misleading, isn't it?
I don't think so, because I was getting there, Judge. I was going to go through the different stories that she had told. But if the prosecutor wants to play the whole case, I actually want to play the whole case stuff. So obviously, if you have a document time, constraints, we can get the Kids Talk video over to you. You can view it off camera, whatever you want. How long is the Kids Talk video? It's an hour and about 15 minutes.
I'll view it in camera.
So just for clarity, the judge is going to review that video that I just had of you and the person that did the Kids Talk interview. He's gonna do that on his own time, because we've already seen it, okay?
Okay.
And just for clarity, you said your testimony is now that you never told your mom about this, or you never told, let me strike that. You said that you never told your mother about any of this stuff to the kids talking.
You might want to rephrase that, that was a bit confusing.
You didn't tell the kids talk interviewer that you told your mother about this, right?
The lady during the interview that you were just talking to, did you tell her that you told your mom? When you were talking to her? Yes. Did you tell that lady that you told your mom what happened?
No.
And lastly, when you were talking to the police about this, you also said some other things about Ray, right? In addition to what you say happened at Auntie Mary's.
No.
Let me be more specific. You told the detective that he was in a gang?
A gang?
A gang.
That's a gang thing?
Mm-hmm, yeah.
Like, oh, they like pop bows, bob, like that.
I don't know, I don't understand what you're saying.
Right.
A gang member. No, gangs like Crips, Bloods.
Crip.
Okay. You told the police that Rayvon was a Crip.
No.
How about any gang? Any gang? Did you tell the police that Ray was in any gang, not just Crips?
No.
You also told the police that Ray had 2 babies by 2 underage girls, right?
About 100 age, I say 2.
Who was the underage girl you were talking about?
The 13-year-old.
Yeah, what's her name?
I don't know her name. My sister do.
You didn't tell the police that Ray currently had a girl pregnant that he was living with, and she was underage?
I never told about no doubt. You said about Dodger?
I don't know. I'm going by what you said.
No, I'm talking about that boy that he had.
I'm gonna have to play another clip, and that clip is 10 minutes. Well, honestly, Judge, if the prosecutor stipulates to it the same way you watch a Kid Talk video, I'm willing to give you the volume on camera. I'm saying.
Okay.
So at some point, you finally talked to your mother about this, right?
About the situation?
About what you say that Ray did to you at Aunt Mary's.
Yes.
When did you finally talk to your mother directly about it?
Like after my sister told her, I
I didn't hear you.
when my sisters told her that, and then she wanted to talk to me, tell me, my mom wanted to talk to me.
Who told you that?
No, my mom at home.
Your mother told you, I want to talk to you.
Yeah.
How many days after what you say happened at Auntie Mary's that you and your mother had that conversation? You got speakers on the mic.
Can you say it over again?
How many days went by from the time that this thing supposedly happened at Aunt Mary's to the time that you talked to your mother about it?
It was a January 9th. No, the day that we left. That was like on the 13th. So I talked to her when I talked to my mom.
My question is, how many days went by before you talked to your mother about it?
Like, it was like on 14th or 15th or 16th.
So this that happened on Sunday, January 15th, right?
Yeah.
The information says January 12th. I'm sorry, January 22nd.
That's incorrect, Judge. We were gonna talk about it. Yeah. I'm sorry, did you answer the question?
What was the question?
The question was how many days went by before she told her mother what happened?
Oh, right. Yeah. Like, it was like, after, after my sister's home, like,
How many days was that after it happened? How long was it before you told your mom?
2 days.
2 days?
So this supposedly happened on a Sunday and you told her Tuesday.
Yes.
So tonight, earlier you said that Alasia and Markeisha were at the house. When everybody got from the hotel, you said that they were at the house, right?
Yes.
Where did they go? When this supposedly happened between you and Ray?
When they left the house, they were a picture with Dee Dee. She left for Dee Dee. So,
When did she leave?
when we got there, like she was like getting ready to come to go off in the church. So she had to make her business. She went with Dee Dee outside.
And who was Dee? What's Dee Dee's real name?
Denisha Franklin.
Are you related to her? Who is this?
Not related. They her and my sister grew up like
And what about Alasia?
my sister. She lived with her Cam, whatever. He lived in Cam somewhere.
About what? When?
Like, night, no, night on the Sunday, like the 13th, we left in the room.
Let me be more specific.
Oh, you said, when did she leave? At night.
Was it before or after Ray got to the house? I'm sorry, you said that Ray never left, right?
We left after we left.
Right, but after the hotel, you said that Ray was at the house and he didn't leave until this thing happened.
Yes. And then she left like at, I don't know when she left, but she left like that night, I don't know the time.
Was that before the incident that happened with Ray or after? Okay.
I'm on set, Judge.
Any redirect?
to defense counsel that when you were at the hotel, at the pool, that, Lamarion heard some inappropriate things being said? When you were at the hotel at the pool, was there anything inappropriate being said by the defendant, Mr. Bridges? When you went downstairs, after the incident happened with Mr. Bridges, you said you went downstairs to tell Mia?
Yeah, and then she said, "Get from her face."
Yes. When you went down there, was EJ there when you went down there at that time?
Yes, he was down.
Was he down there when, do you know when he got down there?
No.
No, okay. And you said you were at the hotel for Christian's birthday?
Yes,
When is his birthday?
January 9th.
Okay, so when was his party?
Friday, he had a room Friday.
So his birthday was January 9th, so that Friday would have been the 13th?
Yeah.
You guys go to the hotel room before his birthday or after his birthday? Speaking to the microphone.
He on the 9th. I didn't go, I think he didn't do nothing.
Okay, yes, so when you went to the room, was it before his birthday or after his birthday?
After, yeah. Because he went to the room like, he didn't go on his birthday, it's like on a night. Cause it was Thursday.
Okay, so it was in that weekend that that's what the hotel.
Yeah, cause, my mama paid Dee to, take us. Take me.
Your Honor, would you just take notice that that weekend is January 14th and 15th?
Saturday was 14th and 15th of Sunday.
Yes, Judge.
Okay, so
Want to, just clarify a few things. When you were in your Aunt Mary's room, is there anyone else with you, before Mr. Bridges comes in?
No.
Okay, and then when Mr. Bridges comes in, is he the only other person in the room with you?
Yes.
So nobody else was in the room with you when he puts his dick in your hole?
No.
No, there was nobody else in the room?
No.
Okay.
Nobody, just me.
Just you and him?
Yeah.
No further questions, Your Honor.
So, where was Mary?
I do have one
Well, I got one more question.
Well, I'm
So
sorry.
you're gonna get to ask questions.
I just have one reader. You said you didn't know where EJ was before you saw him downstairs, right? I'm sorry, are you asking me to repeat the question?
Yes.
You just said that you didn't know where EJ was before you saw him in the basement, correct? What you just said, right?
Yeah, because I saw, when I was out of basement, I see.
Okay, but you do know because he arrived at the house from the hotel with everybody else, right?
Yeah, yeah.
And that was Sunday.
Yeah.
Your Honor, may I? Again, another question, Your Honor.
Based on this question?
Yes.
Okay.
So you just said EJ came home with you guys from the hotel? Was, If you stay at the house all day?
That morning when we came,
That morning when you got home from the hotel,
yes,
EJ was with you?
yeah, he was there.
And does he leave at all during the day?
I think, yeah, he was there. What?
He went to work?
Yeah, like the job that he was doing.
Okay. Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, so you said that at some point in time, when the defendant, Mr. Bridges, comes into the room, your Aunt Mary's room, and you're there and you're lying on your back, that he tries to pull your pants down, right? Okay, he pulls your pants down, right?
Yes.
All right, and you said that, now I heard you use the word penis before. You know what penis is, right? You know what I mean by penis? Okay. So you said that he almost got in your hole. Is that right? Felt it? It hurt?
I'm sorry, I can't hear it.
Speaking to the microphone.
I think it hurt.
You felt it hurt?
Yeah.
Okay. So I want you to imagine for a moment that this pen is his penis, and this part of my fist is your hole. Can you show me how his penis touched your hole? All right. Can you guys come look at this? Alright, so his penis was touching your hole. Did any part of it go inside of your hole at any time? Even if it was a little bit? Can't hear you.
Because I think it hurt.
Okay.
So
Thank you. Okay. You also said that you had told him no, then he pulled away and he started jacking off, and then some white stuff came out. I thought I heard you say that the white stuff, it went into your face. Can you answer in the microphone?
yes.
It did go in your face?
Yes.
So what did you do after that? In the bathroom?
Yes.
What did you do in the bathroom? You did wipe it off your face?
I wiped it off my face.
You said you used the bathroom as well, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. All right. At one time, I thought I heard you say that some inappropriate things were said to you in the presence of Mariam. Is that right?
Yes.
What was said? Speaking to the microphone. That something inappropriate was said to you while Zamarian was around. Yes. I can't hear you.
Yeah, I told, Joe told me that he was trying to,
And I only want to know what you heard. Did you hear Rayvon say anything at the pool?
No.
Okay. Somebody told you he said something, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. All right, that's it.
No follow-up to.
Go ahead.
You told the Kids Talk interviewer that you actually heard Rayvon say something inappropriate, didn't you?
Do you remember if you told the interviewer, the lady that was talking to you, if you said you heard Rayvon say something? Speaking to the microphone.
I don't remember.
Okay.
You don't remember saying that you heard, well, strike that up.
Thank you. You may step down. Process. Any other witnesses for the people?
Not for the people, Your Honor.
Mr. Burton Harris?
I moved out, Judge. You wanna schedule it? Come back and do it.
I'll hear what you got. I'm not sure if you want to hear from all 10 witnesses. But I don't think it's going to be. It sounds like it's going to be cumulative. At best. Who witnesses are you talking?
The first I was gonna call Marion. So Marion was the gentleman she was talking about.
Would you like to set these?
Kenneth King at 36.
Okay.
As a matter of offer of proof, was he allegedly there?
He was at the pool party, and he was the one who supposedly heard Ray saying inappropriate stuff.
Sir, please give your name and spelling to the court report.
Very good, sir.
Please raise your right hand. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Keep your mask on. Have a seat. Right here, sir. Around this way. Turn right. Turn right. Speak into that microphone for us. Maybe get him ready.
Hey, could you say your whole name for me? You gonna?
Turn and hit that button on the microphone. Okay, it's on.
Lamar, and the court reporter has the correct spelling.
I do thank you.
Tamara, how do you know Ray?
That's my brother.
And how do you know the complainant in this case?
That's my brother.
You've been knowing both of them your entire life, right?
Yes.
Do you recall the weekend that there was some type of birthday party at a hotel?
Yes.
Whose birthday was it?
My nephew, Christian.
And Christian is the child of whom?
Me and Vance.
And were you at the hotel?
Yes.
How long were you at the hotel?
I stayed the whole 2 days.
So you participate in all of the birthday activities, is that fair to say?
Yes.
When was Ray at the hotel?
Ray came in the beginning. He came after I got there. He came around I don't know the time he came, but he came after me.
Sure, and I don't want you to guess. If you don't know, just say you don't know. And that was on Friday, correct?
Yes.
Did Ray stay the entire time?
No.
When did he leave?
He left after we served the cake. After we cut the cake, so around 9:35.
So about how long was Ray there at the hotel?
For an hour and a half.
And he participated in birthday activities with you as well?
Yes.
Did that include something like going to the pool?
Yes.
And how many people would you say were at the pool? Let me rephrase that question. How many people from your party was at the pool?
We was all at the pool except Mia and EJ did not come to the pool. They was getting ready for the cake. We had went to pool. Okay, it was like 6.
Sure, and what was Ray doing at the pool?
Ray didn't even get in the pool, so he jumped in the pool one time. He was on live on Instagram live.
When you say live, you said, I'm sorry, Instagram?
Yes.
Did he have his daughter there with him by chance? Was the daughter at the pool?
Yes, sir.
Did you hear anything inappropriate being said by Ray?
No.
Did you hear anything inappropriate in relation to Soraya?
No.
Did Soraya tell you that Ray did or said anything inappropriate?
No.
How long have you known Soraya? You said her entire life?
Yes.
Is she known to have a problem telling the truth?
Yes.
What do you mean by that?
She be lying, like, we can tell when she lying. She,
You got to speak up.
Like, we can tell when she lying. She'll start biting her lips. Then she definitely has a past of lying.
I don't think he's allowed to get into specific instances of that thing.
I can't hear you.
I don't think he's allowed to get into any specific instances.
I haven't asked about it. I'm just asking about her character, and what he knows about it. So is this something that has been discussed amongst the family?
Yes.
Even before this incident involving Ray? When you say no, I'm sorry.
No.
No, nobody talked about her not telling the truth before this incident? How about her mother? Is she known to be a truthful person? How's that relevant?
Yeah.
Part of the problem, Judge, is that the mother is the one who facilitated this recording. She was at the hospital.
I don't have any evidence or testimony about mother, and I'm not sure how her reputation for truthfulness is relevant here. None of that has been proper.
Okay. I'll wait until we call her.
When it says, what did he say?
You have to answer yes or no for us, okay?
Okay.
After the hotel party, where did you go on Sunday when everybody checked out?
We went back to my house.
And where do you live?
My Airmore.
What's the address?
166 510 Airmore Drive.
Who all went to the house?
It was me and Prince, EJ, Lamar, obviously my niece, Ray, Frida, and my other nephew, Elijah, and Christian.
Can you spell Ray for the court reporter?
That's right. Right, you said spell Ray.
Spell it, yeah.
RIYAHCARTER.
So you live at this house, right?
Yes.
And so after you got there Sunday, when was the next time that you left the house?
I didn't leave the house. None of that.
So did you see Ray on Sunday at the house?
When we first got there, Ray was there, but then he left with Ralph.
With Ralph, you said? Who was Ralph?
Ralph is a kid, friend of the family.
What's Ralph's last name? Do you know?
No.
How long was he at the house before you saw him leave?
He was there for at least 5 minutes.
And what did Ray do when he got in the house? Oh, let me, before I can ask that, about what time did y'all get back in the house from the hotel?
So we checked out around 11 or 12. I want to say we got there about, we checked out at 12, so we got there about 1.
So when you all arrived around, y'all basically got in the house at the same time, is that fair to say?
Yes. We all rode back in the same place.
So you saw Ray get out the car?
Ray was already there at the house when we got there.
Okay. Do you know how long he had been there before?
No.
But this is still during the day, correct?
Yes.
And after you got there, you said you saw Ray leave?
Yes.
And about what time was that?
But he left like 5 minutes after we got there. I really can't tell you the time. left. Finally, like we got 1:15.
Do you know what he was doing while he was there?
He was sitting in the chair, like in the front room with us. We go in the front room and first got.
So you had eyes on Ray the whole time he was there?
Yes.
Did he come back to the house at all that night?
No.
That evening at all?
No.
Was he there the following day?
No.
You know where he went?
No, I don't.
Come on, sir.
Cross-examine.
When the defense was asking you about, Sarai's character for truthfulness, and he asked, had it ever been in question before this incident? And you shook your head and you said, What did you mean by that? So before this incident, you guys had never questioned for truthfulness.
No, no, man.
Thank you. You said, okay. Friday night, or Friday, you guys went to the hotel to the pool party. You're at the pool.
Hang on 1 second. Let me pause just 1 second. Sorry about that. Go ahead.
Thank you. So you're at the pool, Soraya is at the pool. And Rayvon is at the pool.
Yeah.
You didn't hear Rayvon say anything about getting into the pool and bucking?
No.
Not even jokingly?
No.
Do you stay at the hotel that night?
Yes.
Does Rayvon stay at the hotel that night?
No.
Okay. No, it'd be Friday night, correct? So Saturday, you all wake up?
Yes.
You check out of the hotel around 1 p.m.?
No, we stayed for 2 days.
You stay for 2 days? Okay, so let's talk about Saturday night. You guys go to the pool?
Yes.
Is Rayvon at the pool?
No.
Is Soraya at the pool?
Yes.
Where's Rayvon, do you know?
Rayvon left. Like the first day he left.
He doesn't,
Stay the night.
he didn't, so did he come back that Saturday?
No.
And you don't see Rayvon again until Sunday?
Yes.
And you see him at your Aunt Mary's house?
That's my mother.
Yes, sorry, that's your mother, yeah. You see her at your house, you see him at your house. And you said he's sitting in a chair playing, you guys are all sitting in the living room?
Yes.
Is Soraya there?
Yes.
Where is she?
She walking around the house.
What do you do during the day on Sunday?
Yeah, I'm sitting there in the living room. Doing that.
You sit there all day?
Probably on my phone.
Sit there all day?
Yeah.
You ever leave the house?
No, it's not that.
Not that day? You don't go to the bathroom, you ever leave the living room?
Yes.
Do you go anywhere else in the house?
Yes.
Where do you go?
I go in my mom's room, my sister's room, upstairs is my other sister's room.
Do you ever go outside the house?
Yes.
Do you, so it's fair to say you wouldn't have eyes on Soraya the whole day?
Yes, I have that. She is in my face all day.
She was in your face all day.
Yes.
Did you go and watch Wednesday with her?
I was actually watching it. I was watching it. She wasn't watching. I was watching. Me and my cousin, my mom was watching.
Where was she watching today?
She was watching it with my mother.
When were you watching that?
What you mean?
On that Sunday you were watching that?
Yeah, at night.
At night? Okay. Do you ever leave your mom's room when you're watching Wednesday?
No.
No, never? You got eyes on, don't go to the bathroom at all?
I mean, she wasn't even in the room. Which I did.
So she wasn't in the room, so you didn't have eyes on Soraya at all times?
No.
Okay. So you wouldn't know if something happened to Soraya if you didn't see her at all times, would you?
Actually, his testimony was that Ray wasn't even there. So that's a misleading question.
Would you know? Would you know if Rayvon came back in the house?
Yes.
How would you know?
Because the door, he knocked on the door.
He knocked on the door? Did you have eyes on Rayvon the whole day?
I mean, he left. He left.
This is a small house, there's a lot of people in it,
Yes.
fairly busy.
Yes.
So if someone came and left, you might not know. Okay. I think that's it.
You were in your mom's room with, you said Soraya and someone else?
Yes.
For that evening on Sunday?
Yes.
Did y'all watch 20 episodes of Wednesday?
No.
And the prosecutor asked you about you going in other places in the house. You remember those questions?
Yes.
The bathroom is right next to your mom's room, correct?
Yes.
And there's no door on the bathroom, right?
Yes.
There's a curtain, correct?
Yes.
Sunday night, who was all at the house?
Did we go over this already?
I think he said everybody who arrived at the house after the hotel party, and I couldn't recall if I asked the question, that's why I asked him.
Well, it was Eugene Johnson, Leah Grant. I was there with Mom Wilson. My sister related Bridget, she was there. Markeisha Grant was there. And Cam was there. I don't know that.
All right, so Soraya was in your mother's room watching Wednesday, right?
Yes.
You said you went in there and you watched it too.
I was already in there.
So she came in and she watched it with you.
Yes.
And where was she at in the room?
She was sitting like on the edge of the bed.
So she was on the bed.
Yes.
Did you watch, how many episodes did you watch?
Probably was about 5.
And then what?
And then I turned it up. And she left the room. She actually left the room. In the front room.
What did you do?
I turned it off, then I left the room. We went back to the front room.
So you turned it off and you left the room and she left the room.
Yes.
So where did she go then?
She was still in the front room.
The whole evening?
Not the whole evening. The whole evening she was going back and forth from out of the room to room.
You weren't watching her every move, right?
No.
You said that your brother left, right?
Yes.
That's Rayvon.
Yes.
Does he live there?
No.
And you said somebody named, what was his name? Ralph picked him up?
Yes.
About what time of the day was that?
Oh, 1:15.
So that was early in the afternoon. That was before you began watching Wednesday, right?
Yes.
And you didn't see him anymore until the next day?
Correct.
Did you see Soraya when her mom came to pick her up?
No.
How did you miss that?
I was in the room.
In what room?
In my mom's room.
So you went back to your mother's room.
Yeah, I slept with her.
Where was your mom?
My mom was gone.
She was gone.
Yeah.
Gone the whole day?
Yes.
Were you there when Soraya, did Soraya go in the basement? Any questions based on my questions?
I got
None, Jeff. Thank you, sir. You may step. You step down, sir. Y'all say. Harris. Yes, sir. Any other witnesses?
Yeah, I just told your deputy to give me a praise.
Who is this next? Your friend? Please step forward. Give the young lady over here your name and spell it for her.
MIA,
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. Please have a seat with this box here. Voice up nice and loud, speaking to that microphone to your left on the stick. You may begin when you're ready.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning.
Good morning.
Your name is Neil Prince, correct?
Yes,
And traditional spelling of both.
yes,
How do you know Mr. Bridges?
that's my brother,
How do you know Sarai?
that's my little brother.
Were you at the hotel on the weekend of January 13th?
Yes,
Why were you there?
my son's birthday, nice birthday party.
What hotel was it?
Wingates,
And you were there the entire time until you checked out, correct?
yes.
Who was all there, as far as family members?
Okay, me, my boyfriend, which is Eugene McFarland. Soraya Swallow, Lamar Swallow, Lamar Swallow, Wabon Golson, Deasia, Parks, her little sister, Tasia, McDonald, Soraya Swallow. That's about it.
Did you see anything inappropriate between Ray and Soraya at the hotel?
No, sir.
Did you hear anything inappropriate
No,
between
sir.
Ray and Soraya?
No, sir.
Did anybody tell you that something inappropriate was either said or done at the hotel between Soraya and Ray?
No, sir.
What time did y'all get to, where do you live?
16657 Edward Drive.
And this is, your mother is married, right?
Yes.
What time on Sunday did you all arrive at your mom's house?
I think I would say 1:30. We checked out at 12. My sister didn't get there till late, but she was washing clothes. So she picked us up around, I would say 12:58.
Did you see Ray when you, got back to the house?
Yes, I did.
And where did you see Ray? Did you see Ray arrive at the house?
No, he was already there when we got there.
Do you know how long he would have been there before you arrived?
No.
So what did Ray do that you saw when you arrived?
When we pulled up, I had told him like, Soraya had made your baby
was her lip. And he was did a little couple of playful taps on her, like, why would you do that and stuff like that. Then he went in the house, grabbed his book bag, and came back out. So that's what Raphael Worth.
That's right. Y'all know.
Yes, that's right. His name is Raphael Worth.
When you say playful taps, is that?
Little couple of hits.
Hold on, let me just question. When you say playful taps, is that something that Ray does with cousins or family?
Yeah,
members?
yes, he does.
Not just Soraya, right?
Not just right, yes.
Did Soraya seem upset by it?
No,
And so when Ray went, you saw Ray go into the house.
yes.
Where was Soraya at the time?
We were still outside, getting everything out of the car.
Was
We
it-
had a lot of stuff.
Was it just you and Soraya outside?
No,
So Ray goes in the house, he gets a bag, you say,
his book bag, his clothes, like he normally do.
and you saw him drive off with Ralph.
Yes.
When is the next time you see him?
I think Tuesday, Monday or Tuesday. I think Tuesday. Sure.
So he didn't stay the night on Sunday?
No.
Were you at the house all night Sunday?
Yes.
Did you go anywhere Sunday?
No.
Did you go anywhere at all?
No.
And to a quick liquor store run, a gas station, anything?
Okay.
And where do you stay at inside the house?
I stay in the front room.
And
My
when
room, like my bed, everything's in the front room.
Where's Soraya at Sunday evening into the night? She at the house too?
Yeah.
And what is she doing at the house?
Just walking around.
When you say walking around, this is a relatively small house, right?
Yeah, it's a small, very, very small house.
So it's folks in every room, right?
Yeah, every room around there.
Because more than a few people can't fit in one room
Yeah.
at one time, that's fair to say.
Right.
Who was in your mother's room?
My uncle, my little brother, that's it. My son was just running around.
When you say Zoe, are you talking about
So my
Zamaria?
clown, yeah.
As the night gets later, let me back up. What time is it uncommon for a lot of people to be at your house?
No, it's common for a lot of people to be there.
Even when it's not a specific celebration like a birthday?
Yes,
Right?
it's a lot of people there.
Is it possible that Ray would have come into the house that evening without anybody seeing him?
No, it's not possible at all. We gonna see him, I mean,
And why is that?
cause like I said, my room is in the front room. My room is at the front room. I can see him coming in and out every day.
When did Soraya leave?
Tuesday, cause it was school Monday, she left Tuesday, her and my son. Tiffany Davis picked Soraya and my son Christian man. Cause my son's school is 3 blocks from her house. She kept my son that whole week. She even came back that Tuesday to get him some extra clothes to go to school.
So that Monday was Martin Luther King holiday, so there was no
It
school.
wasn't
that
no
day.
school that day. So Tuesday, she picked Soraya, Sloan, and Christian Mayer, which is my son, and she took them with her. And she kept my son for a whole week.
Did she say anything about some type of sexual assault or anything?
No, sir, she even came back to pick my son's clothes up.
Has she even sent her kids to the house since these allegations?
Yes, her kids just over there yesterday, Sam Sloan was over my house.
Sam Sloan is who?
Little Sam, that's her son,
That is
Tiffany Davis' son.
Soraya's brother.
Yes. And Sanaya was over there the day before yesterday.
How did you respond to these people coming to the house?
I was just telling her like why are they here? Mama saying that My brother supposed to do this to her daughter, why she still letting her kids come along.
How long have you known Soraya?
Her whole life,
Is it uncommon for her to lie?
yeah,
It is uncommon or common?
it's common.
Do y'all talk to her about her dishonesty? When I say talk to her, I mean like, is this a recurring problem in the family?
Yeah, it is. It is.
Who else was at the house on Sunday night?
My uncle Walter Sloan, Christian May, me, which is me and Prince, Eugene McFarland, Ron Golson, Related Bridges, Markeisha Prince, and Cameron, I don't know his last name, and that's my sister friend.
Eugene is also known as EJ, correct?
Yes, that's my
And
best friend.
that's your partner?
Yes,
Did he work Sunday night?
no.
You said that like that was a silly question. Does he work at all?
He worked with like his boss was sending him some like addresses to go to clean out, but he didn't work Sunday.
So he does like construction?
Yeah, yes, he
So
does
he-
his LLC store.
So he wouldn't be working at 9 o'clock at night anyway?
No,
correct? On any day?
No,
Did Soraya at any point Sunday night come down and tell you that Ray did anything to her?
no,
Did she come downstairs at all?
no.
Look, I should clarify, thank you for
Okay.
that. But when I say that, I'm talking about the basement.
Oh, no, I haven't been down there in a long time. It's like cold down there, so my mom told me to come up in the front room. And that used to be Rayvon room, so I took over his room when he moved out, and moved with Dodger. So I took over his room, but it started getting cold down there, so I came up and put my room in the front room.
It is, it's an unfinished basement, correct?
Yes,
And this is January, right?
Yes.
So it's cold.
yeah. I've been upstairs since December. Say Christmas Day,
Of December of 2022?
yes.
So is there any way possible that Ray could have come Sunday and you missed it?
No. Like I said, my room is in the front room now, so I'm gonna be able to see everything.
Generally speaking, because this sounds kind of like a party house, is that a fair characterization?
You can say that, well, it'll be a lot of people that saw me at
What time do people generally go to sleep?
3, 4 in the morning.
What time do you remember what time you went to sleep?
5 to 3. It'd be loud in there. It'd be, like I said, it's a lot of people there. They have speaker up loud. It'd be loud in there, so.
Right, and your bedroom is in the front room. No further question. Question time?
So when you guys got home on Sunday, you said Rayvon was at the house and then he left.
Yes.
When's the next time Rayvon comes to the house?
I would say Tuesday, something. I don't really remember.
Tuesday.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
So, you said Soraya was at the hotel with you guys on Friday night
Yeah.
and Saturday night,
We stayed 2 days.
and Sunday night she comes to your house.
We get back Sunday.
So she stays the night Sunday night, she stays the night Monday night,
Yeah.
and on Tuesday night she gets picked up,
I can say the evening time she got picked up.
evening night
Yeah.
of Tuesday, okay. You said Rayvon leaves Sunday, he doesn't, is it yes, sorry?
Yes.
He's not home at all on Monday.
No.
He comes home on Tuesday.
Yes.
What time does he come home on Tuesday?
I don't know the time.
Okay. Was Soraya there when he got home?
No.
No?
No.
Okay. When Grand Theft Auto?
Yes, I do.
And where do you play that at in your house?
In my front room, where I move my bed and TV in.
Do you guys, did you ever play in the basement?
No.
Never played Grand Theft Auto in the basement?
No.
Never?
No.
Not even just that night?
No.
Okay. Were you playing Grand Theft Auto on Sunday night?
No.
Were you playing Grand Theft Auto on Monday night? Were you playing? Yes, no,
No.
Were you playing, oh, sorry. Were you playing Grand Theft Auto on Tuesday night?
Probably not, because my son was taking off my gas.
Does Soraya ever watch you play Grand Theft Auto?
No.
No. Did you always have eyes on Soraya on Sunday?
Yes.
Did you always have eyes on Soraya on Monday?
Yeah.
Did you always have eyes on Soraya on Tuesday?
She wasn't there too.
You just said she
Yeah,
left.
Tuesday she left.
She left on Tuesday?
Yeah.
Later in the evening?
Yeah.
Okay, so
Around 2.
that's not later in the evening. You said later in the evening she left. Not
They
Tuesday.
left around 2 or 3.
2 or 3
Yeah.
a.m.,
Yeah.
making that Wednesday morning.
No, she left Tuesday at 3 in the afternoon, not at night.
Okay, so not later in the evening on
No.
Tuesday. Okay. So at all times during those days, you always knew where Soraya was?
Yeah.
You saw her with your own eyes, always?
Yeah.
She didn't go to the bathroom at all?
Yeah, she went to
Did you go to the bathroom with her?
Who?
Did you go to the bathroom with her?
No.
Did she ever go outside?
No.
Did you ever go outside?
Yeah.
Was Soraya with you at all? Outside?
Yeah, her and Christian.
Every time you went outside, they were outside with you?
I only went outside one time.
So I'm confused because you said she didn't go outside, then you said you went outside. So if you went outside and you said you saw her outside, wouldn't she have to be outside?
No, I said I was outside when she came with me. Her and Christian, you know, go to the sport.
And so she did go outside.
Yes, with me.
You said you walked to the store?
Yes. It's sort of 3 blocks from our house.
Okay. What day did you do that?
Monday we did this.
Monday, okay.
Yeah.
Did you, ever go to the store on Tuesday?
No.
Did you ever go to the store on Sunday?
No.
And would it be fair to say that you didn't have eyes on Rayvon, all day Sunday?
Rayvon, what was there?
You wouldn't know where he was
Sunday? Yes, I saw him.
after he leaves?
After he leaves? No, I didn't see him.
And you didn't have eyes on him Monday?
He wasn't there Monday, so yeah, didn't have eyes on him. He wasn't there Monday.
And you didn't see him until he came home on Tuesday?
Yeah.
And you said this is kind of like a party house, a busy house?
Yeah.
Yeah, so, people coming in and out?
People in and out every day, all day.
So, you ever take naps during the day?
No, I don't take them there.
You don't go, no sleep?
No, I don't take them.
So would it be possible for, someone to come in and you not notice?
No.
Never,
Never.
not at all?
Not at all.
How many entrances are there to the house?
Who?
How many entrances are there to the house?
Just 2.
2?
Yeah.
Okay, so you said you're the front door
In the side door.
and the side door?
Yeah, I see both.
You can see both from where you are?
Where I'm at, my room, I'm like, this is the front room right here. This is the front door, this is my bed right here. And then the kitchen is sitting right here, so if you come through the side door, you gotta come through my path anyways. You gotta come past me. Each door, you gotta come past me.
So you would see
Everything.
everything on both doors at all
Both doors,
times?
all times.
Okay. Nothing further, Your Honor.
You come right, okay. Strangers aren't coming to the house.
No, it's all family.
It's all family,
All
right?
family.
Okay. And so,
What stranger, he ain't no stranger because he's my sister friend, which is Cam.
so when the prosecutor was saying Ray's house, this is Ray's legal residence, correct?
Right. ID go there?
Correct.
Yes.
Where is Ray at generally during the week?
On Victor, which is Dodge House.
Who is that?
His baby mother, his baby mama.
And how many children do they have together?
One, she's pregnant now.
She's pregnant. How old is she?
She's 19.
Okay, so you say the defendant most often is not living there, because you mentioned that he moved out of the basement. And that's where you moved to, is that right?
Yes.
So on that Sunday, were you in the basement with, what's your boyfriend's name?
DJ.
Were you in the basement with DJ?
No.
You don't recall Soraya coming down there and telling you that your brother had did something to her and you told her to get the F out your face, that your brother wouldn't do anything like that?
No.
How often does Soraya come over?
And she often come over a lot.
When she comes over, she spends the night?
Yes.
Where does she sleep?
Either in the room with my sister Lasia, or just make her a pillow somewhere.
You said that she lies?
Yes.
Do you lie?
No.
You don't never lie? You said you had eyes on Soraya the whole time she was there?
Yes.
Why?
No, she a kid.
There were a lot of kids there. Right?
No. My son.
Your son and Soraya were the only kids that were there?
Yeah. Oh, little Wabam, he a kid too, so yeah.
I'm sorry?
Little Wabam.
Little Wabam.
Little Wabam. Wabam.
Can you spell that for me?
YAVON.
His names.
Welcome my world.
How old is he?
He's 15, I think. Yeah, 15.
Is Soraya's how old?
12.
So you watch 15-year-old?
I think about everybody that goes now.
So you can't watch everybody at the same time.
Unless they in the front room.
So you recall Soraya going into your mother's room?
No.
No?
No.
You don't recall her watching Wednesday in there with your brother?
No.
What's the other brother name? Not this brother, but your other brother?
Lamar.
Soraya. You don't recall Soraya in there watching Wednesday with Soraya?
No.
But you say you saw Soraya the whole time?
Mm-hmm.
Any questions based on one question?
There was something that you were about to say. I think you said it started like reality, or she really, in response to one of the judge's questions about Soraya's, the frequency that she visits the house. Did he cut you off, or were you going to say something else?
Oh, no, I was just saying that she always come over. She recently just tried to come over and ask my sister to go stay with her.
When you say
Recently.
wait, repeat what you did. So
I said she recently just asked my sister to go stay with her.
after the allegations were
After.
So you're, when Mary, your mother, isn't there, you're kind of like the parental.
Yes, yes.
You do the cooking.
I do everything, clean it.
Awesome.
Thank you, you may step. You don't have any more witnesses, do you?
I do.
Who?
Everybody does.
No, I'm not hearing everybody. I'm not gonna hear cumulative testimony. That's not gonna happen.
Would you allow Eugene, the father?
Who?
Eugene would probably EJ, her boyfriend.
For what? Tell me what?
To
All
testify.
for proof.
Well, testify, well, the testimony was that he was in the basement and he supposedly spoke to Soraya and he would have knowledge about Ravi in there. I mean, he came up a couple times during a couple of witnesses' testimony.
Last witness.
Eugene McFarland.
Please raise your right hand, sir.
I do.
Swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you, sir. Please have a seat. Witness box towards me. All right? Yes, sir. Keep your voice up and talking to that microphone is to your left. All right.
Oh, this one?
Yes, sir. Get me ready. How you doing?
How you doing?
I'm good. Did you get the court part of your name and the
Yes.
first spelling?
Yes.
And you also go by EJ, is that
Yes.
correct? How do you know Ray?
Right? We like family. That's my fiance little brother.
How long have you been on?
Forever.
You can't.
Oh, my bad. I'm sorry. It's forever.
When you say forever, give me something a little bit more tangible. Let me ask you this: when did you become partners to me?
Like 7 years ago, but I knew them since we was kids.
Do you know Soraya?
Yeah.
And how do you know her? Same way?
That's pretty much like my family, like as long as like pretty much like my cousin.
Were you with Mia at the some hotel for a birthday party?
Yes.
And how long were you at the hotel?
We got there Friday. We got Friday. We got there Friday. We had 2 nights. We got there Sunday.
And who was all? Let me ask you this: was Ray at the hotel Friday?
Friday, first day, yes.
Did he leave or stay?
He left.
He left on Friday?
Yeah.
And what did y'all do on Friday? When I say y'all, I'm talking about
the whole group, right?
Right.
Pretty much just celebrate my stepson's birthday, Christian's birthday. He left right after his son's birthday. Larry and kind of got.
And so y'all participate in the birthday activity? Is that
Yeah,
right?
everybody.
Including at the pool?
Yes, the pool. Yeah.
Did you see any type of inappropriate interactions between Ray and Soraya?
No.
Did you hear any type of inappropriate statements between them two?
No.
Did you hear from anybody else that something inappropriate or sexual happened or said between Soraya and Ray?
No.
Y'all checked out Sunday, and where did you go after you checked out?
We came back to the block. We came back on here.
And what's the address?
16657.
And who was there when you arrived?
When we got there, Ralph, he was in the driveway, Ray, they was all outside. That's when we pulled up.
So you have a tick of saying SHI?
Yeah, I apologize.
You gotta be, apologize to the judge.
Yeah, I apologize.
Yeah, you gotta be careful, all right?
Yeah, I'm trying.
All right, just maybe slow down if you need to, all right? So did you see Ray when y'all got back to the house on Sunday?
Yeah. He was outside.
Where did you saw him outside?
He was outside.
And this is when you pulled up?
So we pulled up, he was outside in the rock.
What did he do? What did you see him do outside?
He was out there, I'm like, cheese, what up? We got out the car. I'm like, Soraya bust your baby lip. Man, feeling like Soraya bust your baby lip. So he got to mess with her, and that was it.
When you said messing with her, you kind of like.
I tap like, hey, why you playing so much? And he had baby saying the whole time. He like, dang, Soraya, you feel me? And that was it.
Where was Soraya during this?
Right there.
Did you see him go back into the house?
Right with his bag.
And what kind of bag, do you know?
I know you got his clothes, that's about it. You got his clothes in the bag.
Did Soraya go with him?
No. Soraya was outside with us. The two of y'all went out.
So Ray came back outside, correct?
Yeah, we got in the car with Raphael, I'm busted up.
And what's Raphael's school name?
Raphael Griffin.
Is it y'all call him Ralph?
It's real, yeah, it was real name Raphael.
So y'all saw him drive away. When is the next time you see Rayvon?
Couple days.
And you see him back at the house?
Yeah, I seen him out there.
When I say the house, I'm talking about the house. What you talking about?
Yeah.
Where did you sleep, or where did you stay rather, Sunday evening and Sunday night?
I was in the front room.
Of the house we're talking
Yeah,
about?
go ahead, more, yeah.
Did you leave at any point?
No.
Did you go to work that day?
No, I work every week.
And what do you do for a living?
I do I'm a contractor, I pretty much do housework. like drywall, stuff like that, paint.
So is it fair to say that Ray, well, let me actually, was Ray at the house at all Sunday after you saw him leave?
No.
You didn't see him come back at all?
No.
If he did come back to the house, would you have seen him?
Yeah, you know the choice.
What do you mean?
Everybody that come in the house, you gotta come back to the front room.
And this is a small house.
Yeah, it ain't that big.
You do construction,
Yeah.
so square footage, we're talking about 900 square feet,
Yeah, pretty much, it ain't that big.
and this is a typical Detroit bungalow, right?
Yeah.
What was Soraya doing Sunday evening and Sunday night?
Chilling.
Like where?
Chilling with Google, Christian.
Who?
Christian. I call him Google, but that was chilling with Christian.
Google?
Yeah, Google.
When you say chilling with him, where were they chilling at?
They was chilling at, they pretty much in the back, and running in the front room, running around house, like they always do every time. They don't never sit still.
Is there kids?
Yeah, the kids, they always run around.
Did Soraya stay the entire, how long did Soraya stay at the house from after y'all got
from room
to the house on Sunday evening?
Soraya spent the night.
Did you spend the night as well?
Yes.
And where did you sleep?
Front room.
And with being on Zoom?
Yes.
Before this incident, had you known Soraya to be truthful about stuff?
No, Soraya lied a lot.
Is that something that you just experienced, or is that something that y'all talk about in the family?
No, that's what I know. That's my basically my little thing. I be around. I can go around, she lie a lot. Just take it as a joke.
To your knowledge, does her mother know about this?
Know about what?
About her?
Testify as to what her mother knows.
Okay. No further questions?
Cross-examine?
So we're gonna jump into that Sunday when you guys get home. You said you saw Rayvon outside, and you said you saw him go inside, grab a bag, and then leave.
Yeah, he left.
And did you see him later on that night?
No.
When's the next time you see him?
A couple days.
Couple days. Monday?
He's like Monday, Tuesday.
Monday or Tuesday you see him?
Like, yeah, like Monday, Tuesday. He was later on though.
What was that?
I feel like Monday or Tuesday.
Okay. You said Soraya spent the night that Sunday night?
Yeah.
Did you spend the night that Monday night?
Monday night, I kind of believe so, because Tip came and got the clothes. We went, matter of fact, we went on school Monday, they came. Tip came and got the clothes for the next day.
Tip came. Who's
Got the clothes, like Christian clothes, school clothes.
Oh, okay.
My stepson went to school from over there.
Okay. Who's Tiffany?
Tiffany Davis.
Oh,
Soraya mom.
Soraya's mom. Okay. He said happens on Tuesday. Okay. That Sunday, are you at the house all day?
Yeah, we got back in the room.
Yeah.
Yes.
Do you ever leave the house at all?
No.
You ever walk down the block to the store?
No.
Yeah, does he ever ask you to go pick anything up from the store?
No, we had everything we needed.
Do you see Soraya, the entire night?
Yeah, I think you're right.
Did you have eyes on her the entire night?
What do you mean by that?
That means, did you see her every second of every minute that night?
You can't see nobody. I can't see her every second, but I know she's in the house.
Oh, so you know she's in the house?
Yeah, I know she's in the house.
Did you know her to be in, Aunt Mary's, room?
Yeah, Mary's room?
Yes,
She'd be in there.
she was in Mary's
I
room?
said she'd be in there. I don't know if she's been around every time we look for her, but she'd be in there.
She will go in there.
Yeah, she'd be in there. The glue, I will go.
with Goob, and that's Christian,
Yes, and Uncle Walt.
and Uncle Walt.
Uncle Walt was also always Leroy.
And were Goob and Uncle Walt at the house that Sunday night?
Yes, he was.
Were they at the house Monday night,
Yes,
both of them?
they stayed there.
So Mary's room, did you know that they have, ring camera?
See that ring camera?
Yep.
What, in the room?
Yep.
No, there's no ring camera in the room.
There's no ring camera in the room?
No.
Not on the wall facing the closet?
No.
If there was, would you know?
Yeah, you can't listen in the house. Ain't no camera on the wall.
What about inside the house, any other rooms?
No camera.
What about out front of the house?
No, there used to be a camera on the front door, but that's been gone.
Did you, fair to say that you don't know where Rayvon was after he left, the house on Sunday?
He went to Big Mama's house.
He went to Big Mama's house?
Yeah, he went to where he always go, Big Mama.
Okay, do you know that he was there the entire time?
Yeah,
How do you know that?
because you call her and talk. I should say, you talk mess all the time. We don't call each other every day.
Okay.
He's at Big Mama's.
But you don't have eyes on him there, correct?
Eyes on him on Avon. We talked to him on FaceTime, like video, so that's it. Pretty much it. I see where he was at on FaceTime.
And did you do that on Sunday?
Huh?
Did you do that on Sunday?
We talk to him every day, like every single day.
I'm talking specifically the Sunday.
Sunday, when he left, later on that night, we talked
Okay, what about Monday?
to him. Talk to him.
Morning? In the
I'll be
morning?
at work. I work in the daytime.
You work on Monday, okay. When did you get home on Monday?
I usually be home, probably like, I try to get home like at least about 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock.
Did you talk to Rayvon Monday afternoon?
After my work.
Did you talk to Rayvon Monday evening?
That's afternoon.
Okay, and he said he came back home either Monday or Tuesday.
I said, I saw him.
You saw him?
Yes.
You saw him where?
I can hear you.
You saw him where?
On Avon.
On
He went
Avon.
there, dog house.
You went there on Monday?
Yeah, I slept past it.
Okay.
I dropped some pizza off.
Okay, and do you go back to your house on Edmore?
Yes.
And is that Monday, that's Monday?
Yes.
Okay, do you talk to Rayvon Monday after you get home?
As I get home, probably later on that night, I said we FaceTime like every other minute, for real. We talk to his sister all the time, so I'll be right there.
So if anybody were to know where Rayvon was, it'd be you.
It'll be anybody.
It'd be anybody?
Anybody.
Everybody's always got eyes on Rayvon?
We always know each other. There's so much stuff going on in the world. We always know each other. So it'll never be like somebody missing. We always check up on each other.
So, on Monday night, do you, ever go to the store to get some snacks?
Say Monday night.
Yep.
I was at the store, so
You went to the store on Monday night to get snacks?
I went to the store, yeah.
What about Tuesday night?
Tuesday night. I go to the store throughout the day. Like, I don't know, like you said, night. I was going to get specific.
Monday around between 9 and 10,
9 and 10.
9 and 10 p.m.
I was in the house.
You were in the house? You didn't go to the store?
Not between that time, no.
What about after that?
I go to gas, we go to gas station, like gas station close, like 8 miles don't close at all. We walk there every time. So I won't specifically know exactly what time, but 9 or 10 out of the house.
Okay, so, but at that point after that, you would have walked to the
Gas station.
gas station?
Yeah.
And would,
Judge. So you said I think you described it as you slid through baby mama's house, right?
Yeah.
And when was that? When did you do that?
It was like Monday, I dropped the food off.
Like give me a range of time.
I got off at like, I started working at like, school, so it was probably like 3, 4.
What food you bring?
Little Caesars.
Little Caesars from where?
From where? I don't exactly, I don't know, it was like Little Caesars, we come from the west side, all the houses on the west side, so we just stopped randomly on the way back.
You know, like cross street, main street, just around what area would you have gotten this pizza?
We was on Gratiot.
You
That's
remember?
probably like Van Dyke, Gratiot, or a little bit now, something like a plaza, a Little Caesars plaza.
You remember how you paid?
Uh,
Do you remember how you paid for the food?
okay.
You also said that Uncle Walt always be in the back room.
He always in the room.
The room that we're talking about is Mary's room?
Yes.
And did you talk to a detective about anything in this case?
I talked to nobody.
Has anybody called you about anything about it?
Nobody talk to us?
But we've spoken about this.
Yeah, we spoke, but I haven't spoken to nobody, nobody my prosecutors out.
And I got you, when we spoke, I got your personal contact information,
Yes,
correct?
yes.
And I asked you, were you okay with me giving that to the prosecutor and the detective?
Yes.
And how did you respond to that?
I said, okay.
And you still, to the day, haven't heard from anybody?
Nobody. Nobody came back to the house.
I'm on Judge.
Sir, how do you pronounce your girlfriend's name? Leah. When you went to the store or gas station to get your snacks, did anybody go with you?
No.
Nobody yourself?
All
right, so at the time you went to the store or gas station, you weren't able to be in a position to see Soraya, right?
Soraya wasn't there. Gone from the house, I think.
Look, I thought this was on Monday.
Her mama came back. Okay.
Came out on Monday.
Both came back.
You know what time she came and got it? Were you there when she came and got it?
Okay. Yeah, what's up? Talking about her husband.
Do you know what time that was?
No, not it.
On Saturday, I'm sorry, on Sunday, when you guys got back from the room, the party, did you go to the store that day?
No, not right in the area. I didn't go to work probably like.
So you did go that day?
5
or 6 o'clock. When did you go by yourself?
Yeah.
You went to the gas station by yourself. So again, this was on Sunday. So Soraya was there then, right? So you weren't able to see Soraya at that time.
I was home. Soraya was there.
How would you know if you weren't there?
I was there with left.
But you don't know if he came back because you weren't there, right?
He came back.
You weren't there. When you left, you're not in a position to see if anybody's there because you're not there, right?
No, maybe at point.
But in answer to my question, you weren't there, so you couldn't see Soraya or Ray, right? But you said you were just gone for a short period of time.
I said, before I moved to the store, Ray, gone.
Did you see Mia go to the store? You didn't see her take Soraya to the store, her and her son? Mia and her son and Soraya, did you see them go to the store together?
Judge, he checked on which day, I don't know which day.
You're still talking about Sunday? Yes. And were you with Mia the entire time that you were there?
It was Sunday.
Sunday.
Yeah, I'll be out all the time.
So if she had gone to the store, you would have seen her go to the store, right?
That would have been a good chance, yeah. Like I said, I didn't know.
Any questions based on my questions?
Was there any evidence of Ray having been there when you got back from the store?
No, Ray was gone.
Did anybody say that, hey, Ray just came by, anything like that?
No. There was no possible way to Ray came. By the time I left, they left, he came here, there's no way. They might have been like a nice little way from the house.
Thank you, sir. You missed it. All right. So you guys want to watch this kid talk video, right?
I do. Before we get there, Judge, and obviously I respect your ruling about the witnesses. I would though like to call Uncle Walt based on the testimony we just heard, and also Miss Mary, based on the question the prosecutor asked about some ring camera in her bedroom and all of that. She would obviously give the testimony.
Now that's Miss Mary.
Are you allowed to call Uncle Walt?
Please.
Thank you.
Sir, please step forward, give your name and the spelling of your name to the young lady seated over there. Please raise your right hand. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so we got. Thank you, sir. Please have a seat. The witness box towards me, sir. Up here. Right there. There you go. Maybe begin when you're ready.
Good afternoon now. How are you?
I'm all right. How about yourself?
I'm good. And you are Walter Sloan, correct?
Yes, sir.
People call you Uncle Walt.
Yes, sir.
Uncle Walt, where do you live?
On Edmore.
What's the address?
166 5 Edmore.
And whose house is that?
My sister.
What's your sister's name?
Mary Sloan.
How long have you resided there?
And she's been there
When is that?
a couple of years.
Were you at the home the weekend of January 13th? So this would have been Friday 13th, Sunday the 14th. I'm sorry, Friday the 13th, Saturday the 14th, Sunday the 15th.
Yes, sir, I was.
And what were you doing on Sunday specifically?
Sitting in a room watching TV, but I do every day.
Which room?
My sister's room, because she don't be there. So I'll be in her room.
Well, what do your sister do?
You know, joint boyfriend or going to work or something.
And so you are the oldest person at the house. If you,
Yes, sir. I am.
speak.
Yes, sir.
Is that part of the reason why you get Mary's room?
Yeah. I turn things and stuff. I'm here while she's gone.
Gotcha. Do you sleep in any other part of the house when Mary is not there?
Not when Mary ain't there, no. No.
So was Mary there on Sunday, January 15th?
No, sir, she wasn't.
So you were in her room?
Yes, sir, I was.
How long were you in her room?
All day,
What about in the evening?
all night.
Do you recall other kids being in the room?
But they run in and out, back and forth. I mean, you know.
Do you recall Soraya coming into the room at some point?
Yeah, to the door that asked me about some food that was in the refrigerator. And I told her she had to call her auntie and I was on the phone. So.
What, do you remember what specific dish by chance or what food?
No, she just said food just in the refrigerator. I said, what is it? And she said it's something they tied up in a bag in a silver pan. I said, well, it must be meals that we must ask them for.
And who else was at the house this Sunday evening in the nighttime?
Me and those Marion.
Well, you going too fast, you said.
Marion. He was there. Kristen was there. Malaysia was there. And a friend of our family, Cam, he was over there too. He was in the room with ladies and them in there. And the rest of them was really like in the front room playing the video games and all that. Ray came in for a moment, but then he left back out.
This was earlier in the day Sunday.
Yeah, that was daytime Sunday.
When you said that he was there, did you say shortly or briefly?
Yeah.
How long was he in the house?
Maybe about 5 minutes, maybe, if that.
Do you know why he came to the house?
Came and got a book bag and left.
Is that common?
Yeah, it's common for him, yeah.
Where is Ray normally at?
Over his baby mama house or somebody else's house, or sometimes he come there and spend the night, but it'd be rare.
Did you hear anybody say anything about some type of inappropriate or sexual contact between Ray and Soraya at the hotel?
No.
Did you see any type of inappropriateness? Well, you weren't at the party, correct?
No, sir, I wasn't there. Can't say what's going on there.
So on Sunday, after Ray left the house, did you see him come back at all Sunday?
No, he didn't come back. He didn't return.
Do you know, when was the next time you saw Ray after you saw him, after you knew that he left Sunday in the day?
Well, the last time I saw him, the next time I saw him was that Monday. My sister let him in the house. He came in, he grabbed some out of a book bag, and then he left back out. That was it.
So your sister was back at the house Monday?
Yeah, she was there Monday. I let her in that morning.
Monday morning?
Yeah, I brought her home. I opened the door for her and let her carry bags in. And she went in her room and I was in then. Next time I know she was going to the door, answering the door for Ray. Let him in. He grabbed the book bag, put some stuff in there and left.
Is there any possible way, well, let me ask you this. This is kind of a little bit of a party house, right?
Yeah, most of the time, yeah, no kids, yeah, they party. Yeah.
So what time generally are people going to sleep?
It'd be wee hours in the morning when they go to sleep with me, but I have to come out there and tell them to calm down. If I'm trying to get some sleep, they still be woke. 3 hours in the night, 2, 3, 4 o'clock in the morning. Yeah, I would say it's generally people walking in and out.
So is there any way that anybody could come into the house without other people knowing?
No. You're gonna hear that door, and then my sister got a little dog. It's so annoying every time you hear the door. He's one of them little puppies that bark all the time. One of them little bitty dogs. That's all they do is bark.
Sure.
So you're gonna know if someone coming to the door.
And I've been to the house, right?
Yeah.
If I'm not mistaken, on the front door, it's an armor guard door, right?
Yes.
But the armor door is like broken.
Yeah, it's broken.
So you can't just like open it up quietly and sneak in.
No.
So you were in the room Sunday night?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
And Sunday evening?
Sunday, all Sunday.
There's no possible way that Ray sexually assaulted Soraya at all in that house?
In that house or in that room?
In that room?
Both.
No, nowhere.
How would
in
you
there.
know if he's in the room?
Because she came and told me, like I said, I'm the singer in there. She came and told me, well, Ray did something to me or whatever. She would come to say nothing to me like that. So, no.
How long have you known Soraya?
She was born.
Does she have a problem telling the truth?
I don't know. I really don't question her like that. So I wouldn't know if she had a problem telling the truth or not. I don't know. I can't say that.
Has your family ever dealt with something like this before? When I say like this, I'm talking about allegations of sexual assault against a child.
Oh, yes, yeah.
to the extent that they have, that this involves some of the same people involved in this today?
No, not the same people that's involved, the same, but different folks.
Related to?
Yeah, related to each other, yes.
Who are you specifically thinking about?
Oh, my brother.
Who's your brother?
It's, Soraya, Samuel Sloan, Soraya's dad.
So somebody accused Samuel of doing something with a child?
Yes.
And who was that?
A little girl named, she's my brother's, son, little girlfriend, Haley, that's her name. Yeah, she accused my brother of having sexual relations with her, and I'm glad it wasn't true.
And how do you know it wasn't true? Why is this relevant?
Yeah.
Well, I'm building up to it. It's not relevant. You can't answer that. Just say no. Okay.
No.
When was the first time you heard about these allegations?
Maybe I can bring up.
So this was.
Yeah, I ain't heard about it today. They had him in jail. I'm like, they in jail for.
This was in February then, correct?
Yeah, that's the first time I ever heard of it.
Not the first time. Cross examine.
So you said that, your sister Mary came home Monday morning,
Yes,
and, you said that you would only stay in her room when she wasn't there.
that's it, that's correct.
So if she was there Monday, you wouldn't be in her room anymore?
Yeah, back and forth out of there, but I wouldn't sleep in there. She'd sleep in there. No, I wouldn't sleep in there with her.
Okay. And you said that Monday, Rayvon also came back home.
Yes,
So. Is that Sunday?
okay.
Rayvon is at the house.
Yes, he's there for a minute, yes.
He's there for a minute. You said he comes and grabs a bag
Yes.
and then leaves.
Okay, you got, yeah.
Okay. And then you said Monday, Rayvon comes back. You said he grabs a bag and then.
Yeah, he grabbed something else. I don't know what was in the bag, what he put in there. Then he grabbed it and he left out.
Did he already have a bag with him when he came in on Monday?
Yes, he did.
Okay. And was that the bag that he took on Sunday?
Yes, it was.
Okay. So you came back, put more stuff in the bag that Monday.
Yes.
How long was he there for?
Like I said, about maybe 5 minutes, maybe less.
And then you see him leave.
Yeah.
And when's the next time you see Rayvon?
I'll be later on that week, Wednesday or something like that.
You see him again Wednesday. Okay. On Sunday night, there's a lot of people in the house.
Yes, it was.
Was anybody playing, video games?
Yes, the kids was in the front playing video games. That's good.
Okay. Were they playing Grand Theft Auto?
I don't know, sir.
You don't know the game?
I don't know the game.
Okay. Was Mia Prince playing video games?
She was in there. I don't know if she was playing them or not. Her and Jean, they was all of them was in the front room, like I said. Every last one of the kids. I don't get involved in the games or none of that. Like I said, I stay in my sister's room when she don't. That's why I be there. In there.
Okay. So, does you know Zamarion Sloan?
Yes,
Who is he to you?
my nephew.
Your nephew. Was he there on Sunday night?
Yes, ma'am, he was.
Was he in Mary's room with you on Sunday night?
Yes, he was in there. He came in to watch something on YouTube and I let him watch it. So when he got back, I stepped outside, smoked me a cigarette and came back in. He was still there watching the video. When he got to watching the video, he went out there where he was playing the video game that stayed out there with him. I turned to get on the movie.
Okay. So, you left outside to go have a cigarette.
Yes,
You come back in, you
yes,
see Zamarian still watching the video.
yes,
Do you stay and watch the video with him?
yes, I did. But the rest of it, yes, ma'am, I did.
Okay, but, there was a point in time when it was just him in the room, that
Yes,
you know of?
yes, yes.
Okay,
Him and Christian.
him and Christian, okay. And then, when his video is over, he leaves?
Yeah, he went back out there where he was playing the games and all that stuff. All right, playing with them out there.
Okay, and that leaves just you in the room?
Yes, ma'am.
Does Soraya ever come into the room when you're in there?
She came there and asked me about the food, like I told him. That was it.
Okay.
She know.
And was Zamarian in the room when that happened?
Yes, he was in it. Yes, he was in it.
And to your knowledge, well, you were outside of the room, you wouldn't know if Soraya went back into that room, would you?
No, I wouldn't, I was on the porch.
And you wouldn't know if, Zamarian and or Christian had left the room, would you?
No, but I was on the porch.
And it would be fair to say that you didn't know where, you didn't have eyes on Rayvon on Sunday evening.
Wasn't there?
But you didn't see him,
He was
correct?
gone already.
Okay,
I watched him get in the car and leave like I told him.
so if he came back, would you know?
Yes, I would have.
How would you know?
I was standing outside. I would have saw he pulled up. Got there. I would have saw that.
Okay, so how often do you leave the room to go outside?
Not all.
But enough so that if somebody came up at any point, you would know you were outside?
Yes, I would.
It's fair to say that you don't have eyes on Soraya the whole night, do you?
No, she's in the front room playing with the rest of the kids and.
You're assuming, you assume,
I know she was right out there with the other kids.
do you
can
see
hear
her? You can hear her.
You can hear
Objection,
her.
argumentative.
You can hear her talking.
What's the objection?
Argumentative. He testified why he would know where she was and explain how she would know, how he would know where she was, what he actually saw her doing. She just arguing with what?
I don't think she was arguing.
You sleep in, Mary's room. But
Yes, yes, yes.
do you know if she has, any, ring doorbell in her room?
No, she doesn't.
No, she doesn't, or do you know?
No, she
Answer the
doesn't.
answer.
If
She
she
doesn't.
did, would you know?
And I don't even know how.
That's a different question.
I don't
That's a
know how-
whole different question,
How am I
Judge.
supposed to answer that question? He already said she doesn't.
Yes, she don't have it.
This is his speculation.
Move on.
And nothing further.
All right, sir.
I just want to clarify, because we have a dog, the kind of outlay of this house in this room. So when you first come into the door, you have to step right and you're into the living room, correct?
Yes, sir.
And it's about maybe 8 or 9 steps to the first room, correct?
First bedroom, yes.
There's a small little hallway
Yes.
where each room is, there's
Is
a
this
door.
be direct going as to her cross exam?
What-
Going into a whole new area now?
You know what, I can't give a specific question that she asked about the layout of the house, but I just really wanted to just kind of give the board a better idea of where these rooms were and how close in proximity they are.
Yes.
It seems, hold on a second, there seems to be a theme about the prosecutor has very much at least implied that being in the quote unquote back room will preclude you from knowing what's going on in the front. So I'm trying to clarify the smallness.
What I get it is approximately 900 square feet. You have the bedroom, which is across from the bathroom, and the front room is right next to the bedroom. I got it.
You got it, Judge.
So, sir, I take it Soraya sleeps over quite often.
That is all the nieces and nephews going to sleep.
If she spends the night there, where does she sleep?
In one room, probably upstairs with Marquis or in the room with ladies of them.
Does she sleep in Mary's room?
No, she doesn't.
Do you recall her watching Wednesday, a show called Wednesday with Zamari?
She was what?
Watching a video or show called Wednesday with Zamari in the room, Mary's room.
Yes, we always watching it. Yes.
All right, so
That was a show.
you were watching it with me?
Yes, I was in it.
There come a point in time when you left out to go take a smoke or otherwise go outside?
Maybe go to the bathroom.
I think before you testified that you went out and smoked.
That was Sunday.
That's the day I'm talking about, Sunday.
Oh, no. Yeah, I was out and smoked that day. Yes, I did.
All right. And you went out to go smoke. Was Zamarian and Soraya still in the room?
Zamarian, Soraya, and Christian was still in the room.
Okay. Now you said that the defendant came in and got his bag first left. Where was his bag located?
He went down in the basement and got some stuff from down there.
So how did you see him go in the basement?
That's where his stuff was at. He went down in the basement, got his stuff.
How did you see him go in the basement if you're in the room?
Okay, well, I seen him when he came back up, so.
So he came back up.
Yes.
Did you notice anything unusual about Soraya that day? Talking about Sunday.
No, sir. Just like any other day.
She never said anything to you about it.
No, sir. Like I said, it's the food.
Any questions based on my questions? No. Thank you, sir. You may stay.
That's why I go back out there.
Yes, sir. I just said. Okay. That's it, right?
No, well, I mean, you're making a ruling, so I have more witnesses. I would like to just make an offer of proof just for completeness of the record. For the other witnesses I do have. Number one is the OIC, Miss Detective Alexander, or Corporal Alexander. She was actually under subpoena to be here. I'm not sure.
Because you sequestered her, so I told her.
Oh, I didn't know she was here. I would have brought her first. But I do want to call OIC.
No.
Well, she not only was in charge of the investigation, but my client gave her pretty much all of the personal information for all the witnesses that we've already tested, that we already seen, and also more witnesses for her to contact, and also asked her to do things like get the surveillance footage from the hotel to validate or
the alleged incident didn't happen in the hotel.
Well, there were allegations that are in the investigative report that no witnesses testified to. That if you read it, then you would go to.
I'm not going to read the investigative.
No, I don't mean you personally. I mean like if somebody read the investigative report, it would be information that would be pertinent to go talk to somebody at the hotel. It talks about, or I would have asked the detective about basically what she did at all on this case before she submitted it for a warrant.
Because she did absolutely nothing, which unfortunately has been my experience from time to time.
Well,
I said she did absolutely nothing. And how is that germane as to whether or not this alleged incident happened January 27th at the location of 16657?
Sure, because if an arrestee, where it's alleged that they've done something criminal at that address you just said, if the arrestee is telling the detective who to talk to, where to go, and what evidence to get that will clear him, and that detective chooses not to do anything, even pick up the phone and call some people, I think that goes directly to whether or not it's likely or less likely that these charges actually are legitimate. If you have another way of saying it, Judge, a police officer can't put their hands in their ears and close their eyes to not find evidence that would exonerate a person. It's when the person is telling them, hey, go talk to that person.
Would exonerate.
If the detective would have spoken to my witnesses, she would have understood that there's no way possible that this would have happened. If she would have went to the hotel and spoke.
I just heard from each and every one of the witnesses, not all of them. I understand there's still some on the call, but the ones I heard, I can't even make that call.
If she would have went to the hotel, there was actually a manager at the hotel who went and told them that Soraya was running around and acting crazy and they needed to watch her. There was.
What does that have to do with what allegedly took place at 16657?
Well, Judge, I mean, it's not an isolation. I mean, the witness said that there was all types of inappropriate comments. I think the prosecutor actually specifically, at least highlight one of the comments at the hotel that nobody has corroborated except for the complaining witness. So if the detectives would have actually went and done any type of detective work, they wouldn't have had a case that they thought was a slam. You know, I don't know if they thought it was a slam dunk or not, but if an officer refuses or chooses not to do something after a person is asking them to do things that would help them, I think that I should be able to ask that officer, why did they do it? At the very minimum, it goes to bias. Do you have something against this particular client, or is there something about this client that you just don't want to do your job about? I mean, I don't think the detective would say under oath that she actually is able and pursuant to her training can receive information from a defendant that could potentially exonerate him and choose not to follow up on. I think that goes right against BPD policy. And if it doesn't, I would like her to say that under oath.
You stood up for something.
Yes, Your Honor, as to the inappropriate comments that might have been made at the hotel, defense was actually, I think, the one who brought that up. Yes, it's something inappropriate said at the hotel. The witness said no, because it wasn't told. She didn't hear it. She said it was told to her from someone else. So that's anything at the hotel, Your Honor. I think that honestly, it's not hard. It's not hard conduct. But if there was anything, it was something that we said not to her. I would say that.
And I think obviously we have the benefit of having, watched the Kids Talk video, watched the body cam footage. So we know, I guess, a little bit more about the case than Your Honor, even though you obviously learned a lot from these different witnesses about the case. But I think that after you look at the body cams and also the Kids Talk video, I think that you would even be curious about why the detective chose not to do anything, even after they received a list of 12 individuals, addresses, phone numbers to contact before today.
Yeah, okay, so I will note that each and every one of these witnesses that you presented here today are related to the defendant, well, defendant and the complainant, but more closely to the defendant, his sister, his brother, his uncle, and sister's boyfriend. An argument can be made that their testimony may have been slanted more so for him. I don't know that to be the case. In all candor to you, I think the most credible witness I've heard from was the last witness, the uncle, Walter, what's his last name?
Sloan.
Mr. Sloan appeared to be the most credible of the witnesses that came from the testimony. But this is not a trial. This is a probable cause. And I had a witness who came forth and testified that certain things were done to her. She gave some pretty explicit detail as to what was done to her, and how it felt, how it made her feel in life, who she told. She was very consistent with those points. May have been some inconsistencies as to what she said at the Kid Talk video, or what she said at the hotel, or what was said to her at the hotel. But as far as what allegedly took place in 16657 anymore, she was very consistent as to what allegedly took place. I don't think that the OIC coming in here and grilling the OIC about what they didn't do, which they should have done, takes away from what Soraya Butler indicates was done.
I did receive the West Council's witness list on Friday. He did email it to me. It was a little later today. As soon as I received it, I emailed it to my officer in charge. I said, "Defense just sent me this. Can you please reach out to these witnesses and get statements from them?" She did respond to me on Saturday. She said, "I'm working on this now. She's off for a couple of days." She let me know on Sunday how the progress was. Stated, she spoke with Walter Sloan. He said he needed a ride. And there was another woman on here, Asia, said that she would come in for a statement. And she hasn't had contact with them.
Okay, so again, I have no interest in hearing from the OIC. Who else do you have that you want to go?
I have Mary Swan, she's the owner of the house. She was there on Monday. She can testify about the reported ring
This
camera.
allegedly took place on Sunday, right?
That's correct.
Okay, so how is her testimony helpful to the court?
The testimony from the witnesses wasn't just relegated to or confined to just Sunday. She can testify about seeing Soraya on Monday. She can testify about.
If this allegedly took place on Sunday, who do I care if she saw her on Monday?
Well, depending on how she can testify about her demeanor, she can testify about talking to Tiffany, her mother, a couple of days after, where Soraya testified that she had told and had a conversation with her mother about the allegation.
She told her 2 days after.
Exactly, and Mary can talk about if her interaction with Tiffany, if Tiffany said anything about some type of allegation, she specifically can even be hearsay. No, because it's not being offered for its truth. It's about she doesn't even have to get to the substance. She can just ask or answer
from Mary. Not proof of the court. Who else?
I would like to add just with the judge that Mary could also talk about answering the door for Ray Monday morning, or either Monday or Tuesday. I can't remember which one the witness said.
Again, this is after the alleged incident. I don't care about.
But Judge, okay. William Carter, in the Kids Talk video that you'll watch, the witness talks about William Carter. William Carter is also known as Hercules, and she makes some very specific statements about Hercules' involvement in this.
After that.
Exactly. All of her statements are after that.
That he came to her house.
Exactly, and he didn't.
It doesn't have to do anything with the allegation.
It goes right to her credibility. She's saying specific people came to the house that she saw. I speak to these people and they're like, "I didn't come to the house. I have no idea what you're talking about." So that's what William Carter would do.
So wouldn't that just be a question of fact to be determined by a charge?
Not with all these witnesses saying the same thing, Judge. I mean,
I don't hear from, that's my point exactly. I don't need to hear from a bunch of witnesses all saying the same thing.
Well, I don't mean exactly the same thing. I mean just what their testimony is consistent. It's certainly more consistent than the complaining witnesses. Especially, I think after you watch the Kids Talk, I think you may agree with this thing. So we have Rayvon goes.
Watch the Kids Talk video. I'm not convinced that I need to hear from you except witnesses.
I understand, Judge. I'll just answer your question about the remaining witnesses that I have.
Go ahead.
Rayvon Golson, who that he was talked about as being present at the time of these allegations. Deja Lu, she's the girlfriend of my client. He was with her during this time, and he was supposed to be at the house molesting Soraya. She can testify about his exact actual whereabouts. It came up, I think, between Your Honor and also the prosecutor about different moments that different witnesses may have either stepped out of the house and not had specific eyes on Soraya. The prosecutor actually even argued that because I think it was EJ didn't know exactly where he was, that he couldn't know if he came back. Ms. Lou could actually say, yeah, he was with me at this address on this date and time. Cameron Clemens was also at the house. I think Cameron went to the party, but he was at the house. He could testify about what Soraya testified to, He can testify about my client's whereabouts. Markeisha Prince is my client's sister. She actually lives at the house. She was upstairs. And so this is during different points during Sunday night. So when the witness at one point said that she went upstairs, this would have been Markeisha's sleeping in living area. So she can testify to that. She can also testify about Ray arriving and also his departure earlier Sunday.
Already heard that.
And those are the remaining. And also this Tiffany, the mom, but I think we already discussed that. I want to call the mother too. Yeah.
I've heard enough. I'll review the kids talk video. You can come back tomorrow for the bind over room.
I will be here for another exam, bro.
Okay, so that answer is yes. What time are you here tomorrow?
Give me 1 second.
Where?
I am here tomorrow at 10:30.
What?
An exam from Judge Emerson? Not in front of you.
Oh, okay.
After that, I do have to hear it all morning, if an exam.
So we'll say what, 11:30?
I hope so. Hey, this next case or tomorrow's case certainly doesn't have anywhere near enough witness here today. But I think that you're a little bit more timely than the judge I'm in front of tomorrow, so.
We'll say 11:30.
Can my client's presence be waived, or can he appear via Zoom?
He needs to be.
I do have a bond modification request too.
You want to do that now? Or you want to wait until my decision tomorrow?
I can wait, I guess. That's fine.
All right, so we'll continue this March 14th, 2023 at 11:30 a.m. Bob, we continue.
Thank you, Joe.
It sent you down the links, to your email.
Okay, great.
If you have trouble opening the document, some of it can be funny. You need to run reviewer, but.
Sorry.
So the kids saw you open it through the run reviewer.
Awesome,
Otherwise, they
Claire.
won't have on.
That's why I got two computers, because one just stopped working.
I hope you included a phone number just in case I need you.
I can.
This Erwin, you've been very patient. It's all Mr. Burton Harris' fault.
It is, I'm sorry, Sally.
Yes, Mr. Coleman, there, Your Honor.
Where is Mr. Coleman?
Probably.
I want this volume. Yes. Prosecutor Wright, 11, let's go. All right, got those digits.
Thank you.
All right. Okay. Calling case 2355678, First Lady Mission versus DeJuan Coleman. Defendant is charged with count 1, weapons, firearms, possession by felon, count 2, assault with a dangerous weapon, count 3 and 4, felony firearm, count 5, domestic violence. Defendant has a habitual offender report defense notice. Appearances for the record.
Morning, good afternoon, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the people, P number 60249.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Sally Irwin on behalf of DeJuan Coleman. He is in the courtroom and I am 32405.
Mr. Coleman, tell me your name for the record.
DeJuan Coleman.
Today's the date and time set for preliminary examination. Are we ready to proceed?
Your Honor, I am not able to proceed at this time. The complaining witness is a Ms. Latoya Johnson. She was not present for court. I know that this matter was set at 10:30. She did not appear for court and I cannot proceed without her testimony today.
Yes.
The court will dismiss this matter without prejudice.
Thank you, Judge.
He has a tether on. Might the court remove that tether?
The dismissal order will do that.
Okay, thank you, Judge.
Thank you. Okay, so we're gonna be down to about 2:15. Okay.
All right. Just wait a moment.
Mr. Davenport, what can I do for you?
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Just really quickly, I wanted to address the court. I have an exam on Wednesday for Mr. Laron Spears. He's in custody, but I'm trying to get the discovery still. And so I have been I have reached out to the prosecutor, but I just wanted to make sure I was doing what the court wanted me to in terms of, making sure, do I get an order? Evidentiary hearing. We're very interested in holding the exam on Wednesday, but we want to make sure we have all the discovery.
Who's the prosecutor on that? Is it Ms. Drain?
Yes.
Okay. And you say, what's the defendant's name?
LaRon Murray.
All right, I will let Ms. Drain know as well. If you don't have it by today, give me a call back tomorrow, okay?
Okay, I definitely will, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Bye.
On the iPhone, what's your name? Yes, sir, what's your name?
Artist Jenkins.
What can I do for you, sir?
I'm here for Shantae Moore. I'm his uncle.
Okay, you have to view these proceedings on YouTube, sir, where it's being live streamed. Mr. Moore's case has just been dismissed. Oh, I'm sorry.
That's the one got adjourned more. They couldn't bring him over.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, no, never mind. Mr. Moore's case has been adjourned. Mr. Moore is ill.
Because he's ill?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
The
So
adjourned
is it another court date coming up or something?
Next Monday.
Next Monday?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. They say he got COVID. I mean, they didn't say it, but.
It's gonna be next Monday at 11:45, sir. But you have to view it on YouTube where it's being live streamed.
Okay, thank you.
Ma'am, can I help you on the iPhone?
Yes, I'm his mom, but I just heard everything. Thank you. Have a nice day.
Okay, thank you. You as well.
Thank you.
Okay, we're down to, what time did I say?
2:15.
2:15.
This gentleman dropped us off. He came to the door. He said he wanted to have this if you could help out. So you should remember him. I know him from the prison when he was locked up. I said, I know that he came up to the door. I said, told him he was busy, but he wanted to drop that off to you, Mr. Bowles. His card right there. So you should remember. I know he was locked up at the prison I worked at back in the day. See if you can help out or something.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir. How was your birthday?
I had a good one. How about you?
It was great.
Yeah, happy belated birthday to you.
Damn you. It's 85 degrees in Houston.
Oh, wow. Show off.
Yeah, that guy's dismissal.
You can go run some out there without.
Okay. Okay.
Oh. You know,
start,
Welcome to Zoom.
keep your homework.
Please press pound, then enter your meeting ID, followed by the pound sign again.
Here.
Happens all the time. How's your family?
Oh, they good. They're real good. Vicky, I'm just trying to get her to keep the stress levels down. Like Washington is such a weird place, man. It's like, it's hard to, I mean, like, everybody just so soft. Like everybody just like all the politicians and like anything. So like, for instance, like a week or two ago, there's a local, a reporter. She wrote kind of like a hit piece on Vicky. Yeah, she had FOIA. There was this crazy, person who was like contacting the office, blowing them up, demanding meetings and stuff like that. And like one of his messages was like very threatening towards one of the APAs, and what she was going to do and not do. And so they have been ignoring it. And so Vicky, after this like, kind of got elevated, Vicky responded like basically like you're not getting any type of meetings, nobody sitting down with you. If you keep sending messages like that, you may be prosecuted. So you may want to talk to the attorney and relax. The reporter, she does like hit pieces on all like the black politicians in Washington. And what's her name? I forget her name. And so that came out. They she would get texts and stuff. Oh, are you okay? And so, like I'm fine. Like I don't like this woman with 10 Twitter followers. Like who cares? But like. The other black politicians who've had this happen, like they be in shambles, don't know what to do with themselves, and it's like a little microcosm of like Washington County like politics. Yeah, her office is like it's a bunch of like high school drama and stuff that be going on. She just got to deal with. It's like why don't y'all just focus on like prosecuting y'all and everybody else is relax.
We miss her now.
Well, other than that, she's cool.
And you, I haven't seen you in a minute.
I know. I've been, I left NDS and I've been doing a lot of civil stuff. And I mean, I got a lot of criminal stuff. It's just not. I picked up like three big cases here.
Well, they lost a good attorney.
I appreciate that. Yeah, I'm like running like 47 minutes of sleep, so I felt like I was dragging a little bit. My son, my son, he woke up like early.
So keep doing this job. Right.
All right, how's your people?
Everybody's okay. Everybody's sick in the house for me and the wife.
That was us. Mid March, like early February.
Man, I'm in the bedroom bunker down.
I did, yeah. So last night, so Vicky, so I haven't had COVID since the very beginning. And Vicky and Langston got it like a year ago, and I was like the same way. I'm like, okay, y'all, I wore a mask. I'm like, y'all gotta be together. If you ain't got enough energy, I'll do it. But like arms lift, take a shower afterwards.
Like, all right, Lysol and bleach everywhere.
Right, all right.
Have a good one. Stay safe.
phone over there?
Yes. Was it going off, was it? Okay,
I just wanted to make sure it was yours.
Yeah, oh, that is. Yeah, I see my lunch is on my phone in my hand. Okay.
Just keep working.
Hello, how are you?
I'm good.
I'm cool. I don't know if you took the program.
Hey, Justin. this Mr. Brown?
Yes, ma'am.
Let's see. So have you spoken to your attorney at all?
I let this man go to that since I got up. I have not got a call back yet. And I've been trying to get this situation resolved because I need to be able to make my money. Because they call and pay, I think, you know, I gotta pay people to take my son back to school.
Okay, so you have 2 cases.
Yes.
Did you make it to your other case today?
I don't know. I'm gonna have one court date today. I don't know.
You have one, yeah, you have one court date with 2 different judges.
Okay, well, I don't even know what I'm doing. I'm just trying to talk to the lawyer and see how to get to his phone and all this, and he's not even picking up the phone and picking up my phone.
Yeah, well, you know, he has to, you know, go to court and everything every day. So this is what I'm gonna do. We adjourn.
I need a lawyer that I can communicate with, so I, you know what I'm saying? I'm not trying to go back to jail. I don't think nobody wants to do it.
Okay, let me give you this information. Your next court date with us is March 22nd. It's on Zoom, so we need you to log into Zoom. Do you have the Zoom ID number? Wait, let me see what happened on your other case. Hold on.
Yeah, I don't know Zoom, but I don't know. I have to have like a certain type of number to type in, so I go to that.
Our ID number.
Okay. This is great. You don't went to court like you don't talk to me.
Well, he told us he hadn't talked to you. He was trying to get in touch with you. He told us that.
I'm gonna get a real train. You about to get fired for my little training game with my freedom.
Okay, it looked like the other judge scheduled your case for March 22nd, but that's an in-person exam. Okay, so for our case, Judge King, let me give you the information for that, okay? Our Zoom ID number is 360-234-0000.
360-234-0000.
Yeah. So for the attorney number, do you have 313-365-0598?
I'll tell you the number I got right now. Yup, 365-0598.
Okay, this is what we're gonna do. Let me get your number so I can send an email that you called.
If I need to talk to somebody about this social, if I cannot, I'm listening to so much, I'm sitting here and not doing nothing about it.
Okay, give me a number that he can give you a call back on.
313 920 9864. All the time, I'm gonna talk to you right now. I'm a friend.
Okay.
I just keep leaving the voice messages, and I'm not gonna just get upon myself to say, okay, well, I'm not going by that zone I'm supposed to be, and I'm doing, like, trying to make some money here, so I should be all right. I'm not doing, but the judge ain't gonna try to hear nothing. He's gonna lock me up.
Right, and the only one that can, you know, present anything to the judge in regards to that is the attorney.
Is the attorney, that's why I've been trying to get in touch with him, and he's not even, like, it's giving me fires and rockets. Like, I don't have time to be playing phone game, phone tag, chasing you down. You know what I'm saying? And I have information on my case that's going to help my case. And I can't even give it to him because he's not answering the phone. He's not returning my calls. He's not answering the phone.
Okay.
It's getting frustrating, for real.
All right, so I got your information and I gave you our Zoom number for you to reappear on March 22nd. So, all I can say is try calling the attorney back again. But I'm gonna also, let him know that you called.
At a stand, you're not making no money in jail or something.
Right. Yeah. Okay, all right, I gotta go, I got another call.
Okay, so you said the 22nd?
22nd on Zoom for us. Yeah, and, I told you that other cases with Judge Jefferson.
Judge Jefferson on the 23rd?
That's on the 22nd also. That one is in person.
So I'll come down there and. Okay.
Yeah. All right?
Okay.
All right, bye. I know it's an AG case. He got a mighty thick file. So, mighty thick file.
Oh, yeah.
So maybe.
Right, I just wondering, because I always have to, I like my sister.
Oh.
Oh, man. I tried to go to bed early last night, and then I just ended up laying there and can't sleep.
Hello? I'm talking to. One second. Apologies. Just curious, are we all still trying to see Mr. Rodriguez today?
Yeah, we don't start back up. I think the judge said, did he say 240?
Said 240?
240, I believe.
All right.
245.
I'll let
245.
my lieutenant know downstairs then. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right.
All right.
Got one coming up.
You got a call from him right now?
Yeah, you're right, Paul.
Well, how about this? I'll just snatch him up for you, Mr. Rodriguez, right?
Rodriguez.
I'll get him for you right now.
Okay.
So didn't he say 245?
Let's say 215, 245?
Did he say 215?
Awesome.
Oh. Well, I gave him one.
Oh. Oh, okay, I might be wrong.
I might be wrong.
245. I think you said it's gonna be a long case, a new week.
Yeah, so when did we break? We broke.
I was going by, I think he said 215, but I think he was broke about 2, 115 or something like that. Mm-hmm.
Talking to myself.
Oh. Last case had a lot. Lot of witnesses.
I thought that's what he said, because that guy got a big file.
You got a what?
Big file.
Oh, you talking about the one that's coming up?
And this is an AG case.
Yeah, I'm fit. Well, I mean, it's scheduled for 1:30. I could be wrong. What?
Yeah, I move fast for big dude.
Yeah. All right. Okay, Mr. Rodriguez, what's your date of birth? 3/1600.
I don't know where it get 245.
Oh.
If you write 215.
215. Oh. I'm thinking it's turn off there. Yeah. I think so, yeah. Go. Oh, okay. Yep.
So we will. That's it.
Only like the last case. Prosecution called 1, the fifth called 10. The judge said, you ain't called them 10 witnesses in here. I'm sorry.
That's all.
8097. And Kelly Carter, E56129.
And that's the AG's office, right?
Correct.
Just over there. Or with.
One day.
No. Yeah. Where?
They're,
Okay. I like that. Yep. Oh. Right. No, he's still in the wrong. He's on the phone.
So the defendant
Hi, Anissa. How you doing? Huh? All right. All right, Jeff, how you doing? Ready? Ready? Yes. That's the goal. What happens on last week?
No. Calling case 2355044. People of the state of Michigan versus Alexander Andreas Rodriguez. Defendant is charged in count 1, human trafficking, forced labor resulting in injury, commercial sexual activity. Count 2, human trafficking, forced labor resulting in injury, commercial sexual activity. Count 3, human trafficking, forced labor resulting in injury, commercial sexual activity. Count 4, prostitution, payment. Count 5, prostitution, payment. Count 6, prostitution, accepted earnings. Count 7, prostitution, transport of person. Count 8, criminal enterprises, conduct. And it has an additional print, the third offense notice, appearances for the record.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Kelly Carter, Assistant Legal Counsel.
Good afternoon, Judge Bliss, attorney for the neighborhood defender, 3960 on behalf of Mr. Rodriguez, who joins me in court here today.
Mr. Rodriguez, tell me your name for the record.
Alexander Andreas Rodriguez.
This date, time, set for your examination, are ready to proceed.
Yes, sir.
How many witnesses for the case?
We're going to do 2 today, Your Honor.
2 today? You mean today?
Yes, Your Honor. If you recall, when we set this for today, we indicated that it would probably be more than 1 day.
Oh, did we? Okay. That's correct. All right, so how many witnesses in all are you talking about?
Potentially 3 more, 3 to 4 more.
The preliminary matter before we call the first witness.
Couple, Judge. Mr. Rodriguez is back here. He would like to take some notes. My request would be that the court order to give one hand on shackles so he can take notes during the examination. He currently has both hands shackled. I don't think he presents a specific threat to corporate security.
So I leave security to security. I've seen prisoners able to write with the cuffs on. I don't have an issue with it. I leave that up to my officers.
Is this one minute okay? Judge, I do think the law requires the court make a specific determination of someone to be shackled in court and not defer to court security as a matter of policy. I think Mr. Rodriguez has not been disruptive in court. Obviously, he has the right to participate in his defense. Him and I had a conversation over the weekend that he would like to take notes, considering it will also be a multi-day exam, so he can provide me feedback.
And is there any reason that you can't take notes with both the hands in the cuffs?
I haven't tested that out with him, but I know it certainly would be easier if he just had one hand on shackled. I'm not saying that
I
it
want
should
to
be.
take security of the court over his easiness. So I'm going to deny that request. Mr. Rodriguez, go ahead and see if you can write like that. And then if it comes to a point to where you're unable to write, you need to communicate with your attorney, let us know. And I'll give you an opportunity, Mr. King, to converse.
Thank you, Judge. That's exactly what I was just talking about. The second issue, Judge, is I believe of the two witnesses today, I made additional discovery requests on February 17th, to which the government has not yet to respond. The government provided a lot of discovery in this case. I've been working my way through it. Frankly, I've not had an opportunity to get through all of it. I've been trying to get the key points. But one thing that I noticed is that the main complaining witness, there's no recorded interview of that witness, there's no cell phone extraction of that witness. And I've been disclosed nearly a dozen cell phone extractions. So if there's any, obviously it's incumbent on the prosecution, if they present a witness in court, they have to provide all the statements of that witness in their possession.
Do we have those statements? Do we have anything like that if they exist that hasn't been turned over to the defense counsel?
No, Your Honor, I consulted, I re-examined the request, I consulted with the officers. There was a belief that the interview with the witness had been recorded, but when they went to download the recording, it turns out that the mechanics had malfunctioned, and so there is no recording as far as that is concerned. As far as the telephone for the first witness, Ms. Casetta, she didn't have a telephone. It was the defendant's phone that was engaged in the accident.
Okay, I think that is the sworn affidavits of the government's witnesses sort of states to the contrary, that especially the main reporting witness in this case was in communication with Ms. Casetta, someone represented as Lexi. And the reporting witness's phone, this whole thing starts off with a chip called into a line. They represent there are phone numbers for this person. So
Not one that was seized, Your Honor.
understood. So if they didn't get it, they didn't get it. They don't have it, they don't have it. I'll deal with that on cross-examination. I think it does go the thoroughness and the investigation.
Okay. All right, that being said, ready to call our first witness?
Yes, Your Honor. You can call Alexis Casetta.
Ma'am, please give your name and spelling to the young lady seated there. Please raise your right hand. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God. And please step forward, have a seat up here in the witness box. Voice of nice and loud, speaking to that microphone that's going to be to your left. Just pull it out. Just pull it out. Thank you. You got reference to that microphone is to your left. Pull it down.
Yeah, pull it down.
Maybe give me ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Please state and spell your name for the record.
Alexis Casetta, ALEXISKASET.
And Alexis, how old are you today?
I'm 20.
All right. And at some point in the past, did you become familiar with an individual by the name of Alexander Rodriguez?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell us when that was?
It was around the beginning of May.
Of which year?
2021.
Okay. And tell me about what happened in April that caused you to become familiar with this person?
Objection.
I'm sorry, May.
I had a lot of problems going on with my family, kind of like, kind of got disowned, so I didn't have anywhere to go. And I just waiting for, a place to go.
So how was it that you became introduced to the defendant, to Alexander Rodriguez?
So originally I was 17 years old and I downloaded Tinder and I had lied about my age. I said I was 18 and I went on a date with him.
What was that first date with him?
I don't really remember the exact date.
Okay. Is there anything that would help you remember?
Not exactly.
Okay, that's fine. So was it before May of 2021?
Oh, it was way before.
Way before.
Are you talking about when I first met him?
Correct.
Yes, it was like way before.
Okay, so months before, years before?
It was years.
Okay, so this is back when you were 17. And so just to be clear, so you said you saw him again in May of 2021?
Yes.
How old were you then?
I was 19.
Okay. So does that mean you're going to be turning 21 this year?
Yes, I am.
So you just turned 19?
Yep.
Okay, great. Now, we're referring, I'm using the name Alexander Rodriguez. Is that the name that you knew him by?
Well, I didn't really know his last name at first. I just knew him by Alex.
Okay. And do you see a person in the courtroom today that you recognize as Alex?
Yes.
Okay, and can you please point to his direction and identify a piece of clothing that he's wearing?
He's over there and he's right.
Okay. And does he look like he did then?
Yes.
Okay.
Record should reflect that the witnesses identified the defendant in this matter.
Thank you. All right. So what was the nature of your relationship when you first met him several years ago when you were 17?
It was really just, it was just like a date. It was just, for experience, I guess. So it was just like we just did stuff.
Okay.
Yes.
And so when you talk about a date, in this case, are we actually referring to like a dinner date?
It wasn't really like a dinner date, but it was definitely like a hangout date.
Okay. And how long was it that you had some sort of a dating relationship with him?
From when I was 17?
Yes.
I only went out with him like once.
During that time when you were
During that
17?
time, I didn't reach out to him, and he didn't reach out to me again until around.
Until what?
Until around May of 2021.
Okay, so you had one date back when you were 17 and then nothing?
Yes.
Okay, and then what happened in May of 2020? Who contacted you?
I don't remember exactly, because I'm not really.
For the record, I think she said May of 2021.
Correct, Your Honor. I'm so sorry.
And sorry, can you repeat that?
Yeah, so the question was, do you recall who reached out to who in May of 2021?
Not exactly, but if I do recall correctly, I think he just like texted me to see how I was doing, and I asked him if he had a place to visit.
Okay.
Judge, may I interrupt here and just ask for a mutual order of sequestration for all witnesses?
Ladies and gentlemen, out there in YouTube land, if you are a witness or potential witness, order you to log off this time. There's a number of people in the courtroom, so we have them identify themselves.
2 agents on the investigation, plus there's an advocate from our office.
All right, are these agents be testifying?
Yes, well, one is the OIC.
Did you ask for an exception for the OIC?
Can I have an exception for the OIC now?
I would object to an exception if they're going to testify at this particular
I didn't hear
hearing.
you.
I would object to an exception for both of them if they're both going to be testifying at this hearing. The function of an OIC at a hearing like this is to assist the prosecutor in the presentation of evidence. There isn't even an OIC sitting at the table with the prosecution. I don't see the need for 2. It seems like the merits of the rule against sequestration or a sequestration would outweigh having 2 people not at the table here in the court.
I would admit that usually one is customary, and if there's an objection over two, I would ask that the court allow us to maintain. That. I think the issue is one is a federal agent and one is the state agent, and the state agent is generally more the signatory, so I guess we have to work out which one stayed in, Your Honor, but there.
Well, why don't we have the one that testified, be the one that steps up?
Okay. Just for the record, Your Honor, agent just. Jaskolski.
Can you spell that, please?
Jaskulski.
All right, thanks.
Thank you, sir.
And I'm going to make sure that he's going to testify, Your Honor, but just in case we want to.
Okay.
Thank you. All right, so you had indicated that in this conversation, May of 21, you indicated to him that you needed a place to stay.
Yes.
Okay, so what happened next?
Well, he had told me that he did have a place that I could stay with him at. And I ended up moving in around, I didn't move in right away. I probably moved in, it was just the end of May.
Okay. And he had a place to stay, where was it?
It was Bennett Street, Detroit, Thompson.
And this was his house?
Yes, as far as I knew.
Did he live there alone?
No, he had a roommate named Mitch.
How long were you at that house?
I was at that house, I don't know. Maybe about like a month and a half or a month.
And then you moved?
Yeah, we moved to a house on Mill Street.
What city is that in?
Detroit.
When you say we, who you?
There was me and Alex.
You and Alex, the defendant?
Yes.
Okay. And what about Mitch, the roommate? Did the roommate go?
No.
Okay. And again, you indicated that you thought maybe this was sometime in June 2021?
Yes.
Okay. What makes you think it was June?
Well, I don't remember for sure, so, but I do know it was maybe a month and a half, maybe even 2 months, and then we moved.
Okay. So let's talk a little bit about the nature of your relationship. So back when you're at the Bennett house, is it still kind of, describe for us the nature of your relationship?
Well, to me, it was perceived that we were together. I just, he would do everything with me, take me shopping, from the to where, go out to dinner, we'd always order my food. He would, he wouldn't like, he didn't like labels, but when I introduced him to my biological mom, she didn't know anything that was going on, but he told me to say something to make it not good. And especially around, like in stores or just other like places when we were out, it was for this girlfriend.
Okay, so you said from your perspective, you were together as girlfriend, boyfriend? Okay. And you said sometimes he had you refer to him as boyfriend?
Yes, while we were out in public, or depending on who we were around.
So when you were not out in public, did he say anything about the nature of your relationship?
Yes, he said that we were not together and that he had a girlfriend that was still in prison.
Okay. And was that okay with you?
It was fine with me at the time. I just really wanted to be loved before.
Okay.
So I took it as more than it actually was.
So you believed that you were boyfriend, girlfriend?
Yes.
Okay. So was that? Did you have a normal boyfriend, girlfriend relationship?
It was pretty much like boyfriend, girlfriend relationship.
Was it like every other boyfriend you'd had before?
Not to the extent, but yes, it was showing in ways.
Okay. So I guess what I'm getting at is at some point, did the defendant ask you to do something that you were not quite comfortable with?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
So about like in her out, you know, being in contact with him again, he had suggested we went on dinner dates with him for money.
How, do you recall where you were when you suggested that?
I was in the house.
And where was he?
He was with me.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry, thank you.
Okay, and so how exactly did this come up, this conversation?
Sorry, one more time?
How did this conversation come up?
I don't really know, it kind of was just, we were just like, we both weren't really working, and we kind of said it was a good way to make money, and I didn't have any money at the time to contribute to the house, or like groceries or anything like that.
All right, so he brought up this idea, and how did it proceed from there?
Like, what do you mean?
What happened next?
So I went on quite a few dinner dates.
So let me ask you these dinner dates. Did you call somebody up and say you want to go to dinner with me?
No.
How did it happen?
He was in control of calling and texting. He would, text them, or if he had any kids from them, he'd.
What's the other court say?
She's saying he would text third people, presumably she didn't know he was texting third people. And she heard that from him.
How is that hearsay? It's coming from the defendant. This is something he allegedly told.
That isn't clear right now. She's saying, I wasn't in control of contacting these people. Alex would do X, Alex would do Y. So I saw him do this, I knew he did this. There needs to be some kind of basis of knowledge. I guess it's a lack of personal knowledge.
Your objection is hearsay.
Lack of personal knowledge. I think a better objection would be lack of personal knowledge.
I'll ask a couple more questions, Your Honor. So you said that, well, you didn't contact anybody to go on the dates.
No.
Okay. How is it that you knew that you had one of these dinner dates?
He would tell me.
Who is he?
The defendant, Alex.
Okay, he would tell you.
Yeah.
And what would he tell you about the date?
He would tell me like where I would have to go, what time to be there, who the person was, my first name usually, for the names that they would give him. And then I would pretty much go to the dinner date.
Okay, so let me stop you right there. Did you ever see the defendant on the phone before one of these dates?
Yes.
Okay, did you ever overhear him on the phone before one of these dates?
I didn't hear him, but I saw him texting.
Okay, but you don't know what he said to them.
Oh, he didn't he never used his own voice to talk to them, and I didn't know, I couldn't see exactly everything he said to them, but I would, he would tell me where to go and stuff like that.
Okay. So it's your understanding, based upon what you saw, that he was texting with the people that you were about to go on the date?
Yes.
Okay. And how did you ever talk about that or confirm that with him in some way?
Through phone, or while we're just together.
Okay. So would he talk about that aspect of it with you sometimes, the defendant?
Sorry, one more time?
Would he talk about him texting the dinner dates?
Yes.
Okay. And whatever he said, did it give you the impression that he was texting?
Yes.
Okay. So, how many dinner dates would you say you've been on?
Probably for the first week or two, I would go on about maybe one dinner date, but every day.
Okay.
1 to 2 dinner dates a day.
So when we say dinner dates, that's all that happened during the day?
Yeah, at that time, yes.
Okay, so by saying at that time, at some point, did it change?
Sorry, 1 second.
Oh,
Okay, can you repeat that?
yes, at some point, you said at first you were just having dinner on the dates. At some point, did that change?
Yes.
Okay. Tell me about when that happened.
I was on a dinner date with an older man, and the man had told me, like, you texted me that we were gonna do other stuff after the date and stuff like that for more money, and I had no clue about it. It was kind of just like, it was very like uncomfortable for me. Apparently, the man said that I told him I was gonna go back home with him and do stuff with him.
Well, let me ask you this. When you say do stuff, was there some discussion of what the stuff was?
Yes.
What was the nature of the stuff?
Well, he had a dog and he wanted me to do stuff. Him and his dog. Like,
We're not talking about playing catch, right?
no,
Okay, but was this stuff sexual?
yes, sexual stuff.
That's what we're trying to get. Okay, and this is not anything you had known about?
No,
All right. What happened on that night, that day?
I got really uncomfortable and I left the dinner date early and went back to the house.
How did you get to that date?
I had my own car at the time, so I drive myself.
Okay, and then you came back to the house on Mendota?
Yes.
And who
No,
was,
on Bennett Street.
I'm sorry, Bennett. Okay, was the defendant there?
Yes.
And, was everything all good that night?
No,
Okay, what happened?
he got very upset with me that I didn't finish the date. And he started calling me names and yelling at me.
Do you remember what he called you specifically?
He just said I was like a stupid bitch and stuff like that.
How'd that make you feel?
Very upset.
What did you do?
I got mad, so I definitely raised my voice a little back with him and it started an argument.
Okay. What happened as a result of that?
He ended up pushing me down to the ground.
Okay. When he pushed you down to the ground, did that hurt you?
Yeah.
Where did it hurt you?
On my stomach.
You okay?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Okay. Do we have to see that?
I'm good.
Okay. All right.
I'm holding back.
So, what happened after you pushed you down?
Nothing really after that time. He kind of just like left me on the floor and I was crying.
Did you go anywhere?
No. I eventually got up and just stayed in the house. I didn't know what to do. I didn't have nowhere to go.
And did he know that?
Yes.
Okay. So let's then talk about what happened, say, the next day, right after that.
After the next day, it was kind of like, he told me like, you should start doing more sexual stuff for money instead because you can make more, you can save up to move to Florida.
So what was this about moving to Florida?
I don't know, like I was excited at the idea of being with the sun all the time and he just kept saying he had like a family member that lived in Florida and that he wanted to move to Florida. And continue to do stuff that we were doing in Florida.
So stuff again. So at this point, had you done anything sexual on it?
Not yet.
Okay. What was he telling you about what it would be like? The defendant, what was he telling you about?
What would be like?
Doing the sexual stuff on dates.
He said that I'd be fine and safe and that it was legal.
He said it was legal?
Maybe it's just safe and that it was fine and that it was legal.
Did he say anything about what he meant by it being legal?
No, he just said that he couldn't get in any trouble for it.
Oh, okay. So how did this play out then? He's asking you, do more stuff on the dates and we can go to Florida, right?
Yes.
So what happens next?
So I started to do what he asked me to do, and we started going on dates. like sexual things for money.
Okay, so let's talk about the first one when this happened. How soon after this conversation was it that you went on your first date for money?
Maybe a day or two.
Okay. So tell me a little bit how that was different from the dinner date.
Well, instead of going out to dinner, he had sent me the address to go to somebody's house and to do sexual stuff for money.
So how was it that you got to that house?
But I drove myself there.
And as far as you were going there to do sexual stuff for money, how did you know that?
Sorry, one more time?
How did you know that you were going there to do sexual stuff for money?
Because he told me to.
Who's he?
Alex.
Okay. And did you know, well, let me ask you this. Where did the customer in this date come from?
I don't really know for sure exactly, but I know he came from a site.
A site as like a website?
Yeah, website.
Okay. Tell me a little bit about why a customer would come from a website.
Sorry, one more time?
Why would it be a website involved?
What would be in the website? Or what?
Yeah, how is a website involved?
I'm not really sure. I didn't really go on the website at all. I didn't even know how to work them.
So let's talk about that. So you knew that there were websites?
Yes.
How do you know that?
Because he'd show me.
The defendant?
Yes.
Okay. And so is there a website with him on it?
No, he had the website, my picture.
Objection, basis of knowledge, she said she didn't go on the website.
He showed it to me.
Did you see that?
He showed it to me, but I didn't go on it.
Okay. So when you say you didn't go on it, did you have a username that you could use?
I didn't know if I did.
Did you have a password that you could use to get on there?
I didn't know.
So did you put any content on the website that it showed you?
No.
Okay. But it was pictures of you.
Yes.
How did he get those pictures?
A lot of the pictures he took himself of me.
And did he tell you what the pictures were for?
Yes, he did.
What were the pictures for?
The website.
Okay. And so when you said websites, was there more than one?
As far as I know, there was only two.
Okay. Do you know what those were called?
I do know what one of them was called.
What was that?
It was called like Heroes or something.
Okay. Do you know how to spell that?
Not exactly, no.
Okay. And why did that website lead to you getting dates?
Sorry, one more time.
Why did that website lead to you getting dates?
Because he would text those people, or we had people text him.
Do you know, had you ever heard of that website before?
No, not before.
Okay, but after, had you heard about it?
I heard about it through him.
Okay. What did he tell you about that website?
He told me that it was, a safe, legal website to be on, and that it would make us have a lot of money.
Okay. Now, so you said that you were on Arrows. Well, let me ask you this. When you went on the dates, did you use your name?
No.
Your real name?
No.
You used a different?
Yeah.
Did you pick that name?
Yeah.
Okay. And is that the name that would appear on the website?
Yes.
So he had the website, and then he would, how did you know you had it?
He would tell me.
Okay. And was that a phone call or a text message, or how did that?
Either in person, phone call, or text message, depending on where we were at the moment.
Okay. Were you still living with him at one of his houses at this point?
Yes.
When it switched, I think you indicated Bennett, right?
Sorry, I didn't hear you.
I think you indicated Bennett.
Yes.
So you said that on certain times you would, or let me say this, or at least the ones we've mentioned specifically, you said that you drove your car.
Yes.
Did you drive yourself to all the dates?
not all of them, maybe 3 of the dates he had driven me to them.
And
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Like 3 dates he had driven me to them, because I didn't either, we were just together in the moment, or he didn't feel like going back home, so he drove me to dates.
Okay. So, so then he would tell you you had a date. Did you, did you have a choice? Like, did you get to say yes or no, I want to do that one or not do that one?
No.
What makes you think you didn't have a choice?
Because, it was kind of like just, he told me to do it, and so I didn't.
Okay, that's fine. Was there ever a time, where maybe you just didn't feel like going and you said, no, I just really kind of don't want to go?
Yes.
Tell me about, what happened in those, at least one instance.
Okay. Well, I was like hurting a lot in the vaginal area, and I just had like a lot of pain going on down there, and I had told him that I needed to stop for a while to get better, and he didn't like that.
How do you know he didn't like that?
Because he started yelling at me and screaming.
Okay, how'd that make you feel?
Really upset.
Did he exert himself physically in any sense during that?
Yes.
All right, tell me about that.
He got up and he put his hands around my throat.
Okay.
He did what?
He put his hands around my throat and started to choke me.
How long did that last?
Not too long, maybe about 5-10 seconds.
Okay. What happened after that?
After that, he ended up slapping me across the face really hard.
And then where did you end up?
I ended up on the ground.
How long did you stay down?
For a good minute again, because I was afraid to get up.
Why were you afraid to get up?
Because I was afraid he was going to hit me again.
Okay. So is this the first time he had put hands on you?
No.
How many times previously did that happen?
Once before,
Okay.
or maybe two times. I'm sorry, I get the envelope out of that house, so mixed up.
That's fine. So it was not the first occurrence of him using physical force on you?
No, it wasn't.
Is that something that he would threaten on occasion, even if he didn't get you?
He wouldn't really threaten it, but when he'd get really angry, he would just hurt me or put his hands on me.
Okay.
And then try to do something that he wanted me to do.
So, is that anything at all? So, I mean, not just a date, but other things?
Other things as well, yes.
So, now you said that you were, and I'm sorry to get into what is probably uncomfortable details, but you said that once you moved from going to dinner to sex dates, I guess, did any of those dates not include a sexual act?
No.
They all included a sexual act?
Besides the dinner dates, yes.
Okay. And how did you know what sexual act you were supposed to be performing?
He would tell me.
Okay. What was the range of sexual acts that he told you to do?
Do I say them?
Yes.
Intercourse, oral. That's pretty much it.
Okay, so when we say intercourse, tell us which part went in where? Yeah, no, I know, you gotta say
it.
Go ahead and say it.
What, penis and vagina?
Yes, yep. Was there any other sort of intercourse that he had you do?
No.
Okay. And when you say oral, again, can you tell us which parts went where?
Penis and mouth.
Okay, your mouth?
Yes.
Okay. Did you guys have words to refer to those acts?
He had words, or he had things, like it was called something that I don't remember.
Okay. once you started doing the sex tapes, I guess, can you tell us, or do you recall the frequency of how often you were doing those?
Yes,
All right, what was that?
it was about 3 days to 2 days a day. It was almost every day, at least once, 1 day a week or 2 days a week. He let me not have to do anything. But like 5 to 6 days out of the week, it was about 3 to 2 appointments a day. Sometimes it could be more. It just depended on how much time we had to drive to houses.
Were you still living at his house then when you finished? Would you always come back to the defendant's house?
Yes.
And were you spending time with the defendant then romantically or?
Yes, because I thought we were together. It was perceived to me that he was more than a friend.
So were you sleeping with him when you came back home?
Yes.
Was anyone else sleeping with him?
There's 2 other girls in the house at the time. Sometimes they'd sleep with him as well.
Was this the Bennett house or the Mendota house?
This was the both houses. In the Mendota house, towards the last few weeks, I did have my own bedroom and I preferred to sleep alone.
You had what, sir?
I had my own bedroom and I preferred to sleep alone at that time.
So let me ask you this. He would tell you what you were supposed to do on a date, correct?
Yes.
And you said that this was in exchange for money.
Yes.
Did you determine how much money you were gonna get?
No.
Who did that?
He did.
And were you aware of how much money was being exchanged?
Yes.
How did you know that?
He showed me on the ads how much he listed it for.
Okay. And so he's listing the menu, if you will, on the ad.
Yes.
Determining, well, let me ask you, who determined what act would be for what cost?
Yes.
He did?
Yes, he did.
Do you have some recollection of what those amounts were?
Yes, I know that when he showed me the Euro site, it was about 500 for an hour.
And what would be included in that?
Oral and intercourse.
Were there any other prices for any other acts?
He had it listed for overnights, and he put that as 2,000.
And did you ever do it overnight?
Yes.
Okay, what was expected on an overnight?
Intercourse and oral, and staying the night with the person.
So, you were the one who was going on the date. Where did the money go?
He was giving me 50% of it, but that 50% he wasn't buying any groceries. He wasn't buying anything for the houses. So I spent all the money on getting furniture in the homes and paying for my new groceries. And I just pretty much spent all the money on clothes because I had lost like about 20 pounds in the situation, so I wasn't fitting into any of my clothes.
Why did you lose 20 pounds?
I don't know for sure. I think I wasn't eating at all while I was there. And it was, I was only smoking weed. And it just like I didn't feel like I could eat anything.
Where were you getting the weed?
From him.
He would give it to you?
He would give it to me, yes.
Did you pay him for it or did you just give it?
I would also have to pay for it.
Out of your 50%?
Yes.
So I guess just to be clear, did you have any other sort of job?
No.
Or did you have any other source of money?
No.
It was just from the estate?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And what about him? Did he have any sort of job?
Not that I know of. I know that the landlord that the house we got from, I think she had worked for him, like side work, and but he wouldn't really go at all to it.
Okay, but you said, did you ever Did he ever talk to you about being paid for that or how much he earned doing that or anything like that?
He did tell me that, he would also do favors for money himself.
When you say favor, what do you mean by that?
Like he would also, he would have men that he'd do favors for money as well.
I was asking for sources of income. He is charging criminal enterprise and accepting. Thank you. And I guess just to be clear, favors, are we talking about like breaking up the yard or what kind of favors?
Sexual favors.
And were you ever involved in any of that with him?
No.
You said that, at one point you said that there were other women at the house.
Yes.
Were they there as guests?
At first they were there as guests.
And then, that changed somehow?
Yes, because he had told them that they could do the same thing I was doing.
Did you hear him say that?
Yes.
Oh, okay, you were there when he told them?
Yes.
Okay. And did he ask you to say anything to them about it?
No.
Okay. And so at some point then, did other people start doing the same thing you were doing?
Yes.
I'll allow some follow-up questions as to how she knows.
Okay, so you were there when he was, talking to them about doing the same thing?
Yes.
Did you, ever hear him then tell them that they had a date?
Yes.
Did you ever hear him tell them what they were supposed to do on the date?
Yes.
Did you ever go on any of the dates with any other girls?
Yes.
How many times did you go on dates with other girls?
Quite a few times.
How did you know that you were supposed to go on a date with another girl?
He would tell us.
And you said that there was 2 girls living in the house. Were those the only other 2 girls that were working for him?
Objection.
I'm sorry, were there any other girls that were doing dates for them?
At the beginning.
Speak up, Mr. Chairman.
I said objection. She never said they were doing dates for him.
I'll just ask the question specifically. You said you went and did dates with other girls. Were they doing them because you guys were friends and wanted to do it?
No.
Why were they doing the dates?
Because he wanted them
Objection,
to.
speculation.
Did you overhear some indication that he wanted them to do this?
Yes.
And what was the nature of that?
I couldn't put it in exact words, but I was there in the home at the time, and he was telling them like how much they can make on the dates and what they would have to do. And, it was all him. He would tell us everything.
So do you know, any of the other girls that were there? Were they doing dates for anyone other than the defendant?
Objection, speculation.
I asked if she knew.
She knows.
How would she know? Unless she was with them 24 hours a day.
They both actually lived in the house for a little while they were doing the dates.
The same house that you were in?
They were in the Bennett house with me for maybe a little while, a couple weeks until he had ended up kicking them out.
And do you recall the names of those girls?
Yes. Not by full name, but nickname, Bree and Kai.
So you indicated that when you were at the house, that you would sometimes do dates at the house.
Yes.
Would you do them at the Bennett house or the Dakota house?
Both houses.
But sometimes you went elsewhere for the dates.
Yes.
And I guess how far would you go for a date?
The furthest I went for a date was probably about 2 hours.
Where was that?
I don't remember exactly.
Okay. But that came from the defendant?
Yes.
And do you recall how you got there that time?
I drove myself.
And was there any particular concentration of where the dates happened?
No, it was anywhere, anytime.
Would you go to other people's houses?
Yes.
would you sometimes go to hotels?
Yes.
What other sort of places did you go to?
It was just their house or the house I was in at the time, or it was at the hotels.
Okay, so when you had to go to a hotel, like, did you get the room?
No,
How did you know which room to go to?
the clients got the rooms.
Do you have some indication, well, so we know that you started sort of in, May, June of 21. How long were you with?
Until the end of August.
What happened at the end of August?
I ended up telling my mom and sister what was going on, and they both encouraged me to get out of the house, so they both ended up driving up to help me pack the stuff and leave.
Did you feel like you weren't able to just walk out the door yourself?
I couldn't. He would grab my phone, my keys, everything from me, not letting me.
Have you tried that before?
I have multiple times.
When you say multiple times, like more than 2?
Yeah.
More than 5?
Yes. Well, no, more than 2.
More than 2.
Yes.
And each time he grabbed your keys and your phone?
Yes.
You said that he would sometimes give you weed.
Sorry, I couldn't hear you.
I'm sorry, you said that he would sometimes give you weed.
Yes.
Did he ever give you any other drugs, substances?
Yes, I went to his mother's house one day, and he encouraged me to try Adderall, and his mom came out with an Adderall, and she gave it to me.
And where was his mom?
It was at his mom's house.
Do you know where that is?
It's in, you don't need to say it. Or here on the
Okay. And how did the idea of Adderall come around?
He had told me that I was like too all over the place a lot, and I was too hyper, and sometimes he just said I was too much. And so he said it would help me focus with everything, and even for the sexual dates.
Okay, so did you actually take an Adderall?
Yes, I took one.
How'd that make you feel?
I didn't really like how it felt, and I had explained that to him.
And so did you ever take another one yourself then?
No.
Were there times where you thought that maybe you've gotten one anyway?
Yes.
Tell me about that.
Before every date, I was driving to, they call them alcohols. If I was driving to them, he'd give me a cup, and it was just, he'd always give me a drink, and he would make it himself, and he'd put some sort of dark liquor in it, but I didn't know if he put anything else in it, but I would always drink those before I go on dates. And, and it didn't, alcohol makes you feel different, and I didn't feel the effect of alcohol in the drink, if that makes sense.
What did you feel?
I felt like how it felt when I was taking the Adderall the first time.
I'm sorry. Oh, sorry. So would it be fair to say that you were working for the defense?
Yes.
And did he treat you like a boss?
Sorry, did he treat me like a boss?
Yeah.
No.
Okay. So how would it be that you were working for him?
Like, it was pretty much like do everything or get kicked out. And like I said, I didn't have nowhere to go. I had
So let's try that original question a different way. Did he treat you like he was a boss?
Yes.
I'm sorry, thank you, dear. So is it fair to say he was calling the shots?
Sorry, yes,
Objection,
yes.
meeting.
All right, I'll withdraw that. Just no. Okay. Nothing further.
Cross examine? One moment, Judge.
Okay, let's start where you ended, Ms. Casetta. So, you said that Mr. Rodriguez was the boss.
Yes.
All right. The reality is you guys were working together, right?
Not exactly, no.
Well, you were splitting the money 50-50.
Yes.
Right? And you had conversations with other girls about how much money you were making, right?
What do you mean by that?
Bree and Kai,
Yes, but what do you mean?
you told them how much money you were making to bring them into the business.
No, I didn't. I didn't know them at all. They weren't even close friends. I met them in the house.
Right. When they came over to the house, they were originally there as guests. You said that on direct, correct?
Yes.
Eventually, they became doing the same kind of work that you were doing, right?
Yes.
The same kind of work you knew Mr. Rodriguez was also doing, right?
Mhm.
So yes. You have to say yes or no, but
I'm sorry, can you repeat that question?
the same kind of work you also knew Mr. Rodriguez was doing.
Yes.
And you had a conversation with Bree and Kai about how much money you made doing that work.
No.
You never talked to them about how much money you
Not until after he had, like, proposed the idea of doing stuff for money.
made. Okay.
Then we would discuss about how much we were making.
The answer is yes. You did tell them how much money you were making doing the work you were doing.
Yes, after they were already doing the same thing I was doing.
So they did. So they were already engaged in the, I'm gonna call it prostitution. They were already engaged in prostitution when you told them how much money you were making doing the same thing.
The defendant would not like allow us to talk about how much money we're making, because depending on, you know, he would charge different prices for all of us, depending on how we looked and if we were fat and stuff like that.
So the money you were making was different to your understanding of the money that Bree and Kai were making.
Yes, sometimes.
And you said that you felt like you didn't have a choice. Is that right?
Yes.
That you would get kicked out if you didn't do what Mr. Rodriguez asked you.
Yes.
You didn't have anywhere to go.
Yeah.
You also testified that you felt like you tried to leave.
I did try to leave.
That you took your phone and your keys when you were trying to leave.
Yes.
You felt like you were being forced to do it because you didn't have anywhere to go, but you also could not leave when you tried.
Yes.
You testified about going on these out-call dates. Remember those questions on direct?
Yes.
Some of those were overnight dates, right?
Yes.
When you went on those dates, you took your car
Yes.
most of the time. You took your phone,
Yes.
right? In sometimes the people you would see, the clients, they would give you the money.
Yes.
And you would take that money and take your car and your phone and you would go back to the house you had with Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes.
And then you would give him the money that you had made and split it with him 50-50.
Yes.
So you knew how much money these folks were paying for what you were doing with them, right?
Yes.
And in fact, at one point, you told Mr. Rodriguez you didn't want to do it anymore.
Yes.
And he said, that's fine. We can go our separate ways.
No.
He did not say that.
No.
How about a guy named Mike? A guy named Mike? Kenneth Mendota house? Mike Sabag, you know him?
Mike who? Mitch? Is he over
You call him Mitch?
Is he his roommate?
There was a, let's say, a white male, muscular.
No, I never met anybody like that. Never once even seen that person.
Now, you had, let me ask you about the Adderall. You had Adderall, according to you, once at Mr. Rodriguez's mother house in Port Huron of your own volition. You took it yourself.
Yes.
You suspect that you were later drugged in some way, shape, or form by having, I guess, the Adderall combined with dark liquor.
Yes.
Now, was it, you said that Mr. Rodriguez would make you a drink before you would go on alcohol dates. That was your testimony, correct?
Yes.
And he would give you a cup of dark liquor before you went.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
And prior to going and taking the Adderall at Mr. Rodriguez's mother's house, did you all have that practice where he would give you the dark liquor before you went on alcohol dates?
Yes.
Was this something that changed according to you after you had gone and taken it once at Mr. Rodriguez?
No, he would always make the drinks before alcohol dates.
Okay. So your belief is that you had been drugged with alcohol or with Adderall the entire time you were doing alcohol?
I do not know for sure, but I definitely lost tons of weight. I lost like a lot of weight, and I couldn't fit into any of my clothes. When I first got to the house, I wore size 8, I went to size 4.
And you think that because you were having Adderall?
Possibly, yes.
You said you also just weren't eating a lot, is that right?
Yes.
Would you say you were addicted to marijuana?
No.
Would you say you became addicted to Adderall?
No.
So make sure I have the timeline here correct. You meet Mr. Rodriguez after a Tinder date when you're 17 years old, right? And that happens, do you remember around the time that happened? What year and time it was?
I don't remember exactly. It was a while ago. But I do know I downloaded the app Tinder when I was 17. It was towards the end of my senior year. And, you know, we had texted each other through the app, and then I ended up getting a Snapchat. And we started snapping, and then we planned to have like a little hangout date.
And that hangout date, did it happen at the Bennett house or where did that happen?
That happened at, I believe it was his grandmother's house that he was staying at.
Was that in the city of Detroit or out of state somewhere else? Where was that?
I don't know for sure. I believe it was still around Port Huron, if I am correct. So it was about 30-minute drive.
And so you have this one date with him and that's it.
Yes.
And then you reconnect with him in May of 2021. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And was it your testimony that you said you didn't remember who contacted who first?
I believe he reached out to me, but I'm not for certain. But I believe he did reach out to me, and then I had asked for a place to stay. You know, if I could stay.
And I think you said at this time you had a falling out with your family.
Yes.
And when you had this falling out with your family, was this like at the same time when you started talking to him?
Mm-hmm.
So yes?
Yes.
Any reason Mr. Rodriguez would have known you had a falling out with your family that would cause him to reach out to you?
Not cause him to reach out to me, no.
So it was is your testimony that it was just coincidence that he happened to reach out to you when you're having?
I had told him through text that I had a lot of troubles going on at home with my family. And I needed to stay.
So, to make sure I understand, so he reaches out to you randomly and then you tell him some stuff that's going on in your life, is that how it works?
Yes,
And he did say he knew a place you could stay at his house, right?
yes,
And so you do go and you stay.
yes.
Now, so you're over there, you move in May of 2021, and how long are you living there before the suggestions of these dinner dates?
Probably like a week, week and a half.
So are we talking about the original dinner dates or the 6?
Oh, the dinner dates?
The original
No,
dinner dates.
those are proposed like maybe before I even moved in, like maybe just a couple days before I moved in.
And had you agreed to that prior to moving in?
Yes.
Is that because you didn't have a job then?
I did have a job, but I had ended up quitting from that job when he had told me that I could, like, if I would actually move at 10.
And you started making money from those dinner dates too, right?
Yes.
More money than you were making at your job.
Not exactly. I worked full time at this job. I was being like, my bosses weren't too kind to me, so I ended up leaving.
So you quit this job at the same time you started doing these dinner dates, so it's fair to say?
Yes,
And you're moving in with Mr. Rodriguez.
yes.
Now, I think you said there was, how many dates were there before these just regular non-sexual dinner dates? How many of those happened before?
I don't know for sure, but like you said, around 4 or 5 dinner dates.
And the first time, I think you said, your testimony was that you, when you found out that dates were being set up with, or when you went on one of these dinner dates, you learned at the end that the person was expecting something sexual.
Yes.
And when did this happen? Do you remember the month that this happened first?
Around the end of May, mid-end of May.
And prior to this, had you done any sex dates prior to this incident?
No.
You've done, this is the very first one.
Yes.
And I think you, on your, and I'm no one's trying, I'm not trying to embarrass anybody, I think, but so that during this first dinner, what sort of like made you get upset and leave it, and it was this man was suggesting that you come home and do something with him. Is that right?
Yes.
And so you left and you went back to Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes.
I didn't want to mention any of that to the FBI.
What?
You,
I
you
forgot
interviewed.
it. I like I was able to black out a lot of stuff that happened. Just before coming in today, I had remembered a bit of stuff as well.
Okay, what extra stuff did you remember just before?
That's one of them. I can't really remember right now.
So it'd be fair to say that eventually the FBI has an interview with you, correct?
Yes.
And this was in a kind of like a witness interview room.
Yes.
Can you tell me a little bit about when that interview happened?
I don't remember for sure the exact dates. I'm not for the dates.
That's fine. Let's place it in terms of events. You had already parted ways with Mr. Rodriguez at that point, correct?
Mm-hmm.
You were back living with your family.
I was back living with my biological mom.
Your biological mother, okay. And you had told your biological mother what you had done with Mr. Rodriguez, correct?
Not until I wanted to leave. I wanted to leave, get help to get out of the house.
And I'm trying to focus on when you interviewed with the FBI. I'm trying to place that in time. So you already told your mother at that point what had happened.
Yes.
Right? Do you know if had you called the police about what had happened?
No.
Okay, so
Well,
they got.
I made a police report, but I think that was after they interviewed me.
So did the FBI reach out to you, or did you reach out to the FBI?
The FBI reached out to me.
And so this interview, by the time this interview happens, my point is, you're no longer in any sort of commercial or any other kind of relationship with Mr. Rodriguez?
Like after that interview?
When you're, at the day the interview happened, he doesn't control any of your money at that point, right?
No,
He doesn't, you don't live with him, right?
no,
And you have food and housing that is separate and apart from depending on Mr. Rodriguez.
yes,
And so talking to the FBI had to be a scary thing to do.
yes,
When you walk in, you see FBI agents, someone tells you the FBI, that's frightening, right?
yes, I get a bit nervous. I have some anxiety, so yeah.
I think anybody would get anxious. You sit down with a couple of FBI agents and they start talking to you about things you think might be illegal that you did, right?
Yes,
You know prostitution, right?
not at first, no.
Right. Well, by the time you met with the FBI, you knew,
Yes.
right? And so when you were talking with the FBI, you wanted to provide them with a full account of what had happened, correct?
Yes,
And you told them a full and fair accounting of what you had been through.
from what I remembered at the time, yes.
And that, I think we can agree, that did not involve this fact about a dog.
No, because I did not recall it at the time.
And it did not involve any allegation that Mr. Rodriguez hurt you that night.
I'm sorry, what?
On direct, you said the man wanted you to go home and do something with the dog.
I had told them about the time that he hurt me that night. I didn't remember the date before and I had told them.
So when you first interviewed with the FBI, you did not tell them that Mr. Rodriguez, that you failed to do a dinner date, or that the dinner date did not turn into a sex date, and then Mr. Rodriguez hurt you. Is that fair to
I
say?
believe I told them about a failed date and, but not to the extent of what that date was. I have a problem remembering the people within the situation. But yeah.
Okay. So when you met with the FBI and first interviewed with them, what kind of phone did you?
I had an iPhone,
And you have an iPhone now,
yes,
the same iPhone,
yes, sir.
and the iPhones are connected to an iCloud, right?
Yeah.
And regardless of whether or not you get a new iPhone or upgrade a new iPhone, you reconnect it to the same iCloud, is that right?
Yes,
And that way that the data from your old iPhones is available and easily accessible, even though you might change phones.
yes.
Correct? Now, the iPhone, did the FBI ever ask you to take your iPhone during that interview so they could get information off of it?
No, but they can.
And did you have that same iPhone that you had when you interviewed with the FBI when you were living in the Mendota and houses?
I had it for a little while in the houses, yes.
When you say a little while, was it toward, I know you're not good with dates, but was it toward the end that you got a new iPhone?
Yes, well, it was towards like the last, like, I don't know, I do think I did break my phone once and living there with him, and I had to get a new phone. But I do remember having this phone for about maybe a month, 2 weeks at most. In the home.
And you didn't change iClouds or anything in between getting new phones?
I don't believe so. I don't know if I had iCloud before. I'm not really good at technology. I very rarely use my phone.
Do you Snapchat on your phone?
Yes.
You Tinder on your phone, right?
I don't, I did use Tinder a while ago, but not long.
So going back to the timeline. So it is late May, this incident with the first man had happened. And after that, you have a conversation and you agree to begin doing the sex dating?
No, it was more like forced onto me, and it was more like he was being very like persuasive with it, trying to pressure me to do it. And he kept saying it was for both of us to move to a big next house in Florida.
Now, at the time this is happening, did you get out of the Bennett house, or were you still in the Bennett house?
What
When
happened?
this conversation happened, about moving to Florida and you should do this and we're gonna have a big pot of money.
Oh, that was in the Bennett house.
And did you subsequently move out of the Bennett house?
The what?
Did you move out of the Bennett house at some point with Mr. Rodriguez?
Yes.
And was the Mendota house nicer than the Bennett?
The Mendota house was a bit nicer, yes.
Did Mr. Rodriguez keep the Bennett house at that time?
I don't know.
Was there work being done on the Bennett house?
I don't know.
Did you coordinate work with his landlord regarding the Bennett house?
One day I didn't coordinate anything. He didn't want to do any of the work one day, and it wasn't the Bennett house, it was on a different house. And he didn't want to do work, so I ended up helping pick up a bunch of rocks for her and moving them.
Well, so another house is, the landlord owned another house?
Yes, the landlord had another house, and I would help, and it was only once that I helped with it.
So you also got your dad involved, right, with helping the landlord?
No, my dad needed work, and the landlord said that she could have work for him, but he never ended up doing it because of the situation.
But at some point, you were engaged in a conversation about repairing a house by spending your own money and working with your dad to fix up items. Is that fair to say?
No, not exactly.
You remember a conversation about an $800 door with Mr. Rodriguez, landlord?
I do remember that, yes.
And what was that door to?
Sorry, what was that?
Well, what was that? If that wasn't about you fixing up another house, why is Mr. Rodriguez's landlord asking you for an $800 door? Or $800 to put a door up?
Because I had slammed the door and the glass on the top of the door broke.
And so Mr. Rodriguez's landlord was asking you to repair it?
Yes. But I had a car with him at the time, and the car ended up getting sideswiped on the street, and he never paid for the car, so I called it even.
You testified that you did 2 to 3 of these dates, 5 to 6 days. Is that fair to say?
Yes, and sometimes it could have been maybe another.
And we're talking about, I think you said $500 an hour,
Yes, about
and these went from 1 to 2 hours long.
1 hour long.
Would they ever be 2 hours long?
No, unless the client had asked for more time or the client was paying. And even if so, I'd have to go through him to get an okay, or even if I was allowed to stay.
And so, let's say you're doing 3 a day, 5 days a week.
Yes.
So that's $750 a day for you. You're splitting it half and half, right?
Yes.
5 days a week. Now we're talking upwards of $37.50.
Yes.
So you're clearing about nearly $4 grand a week.
Yes.
And this went on from, I guess, end of May of 2021 until when did you?
And no, I would say it was more the beginning of June when that stuff actually started happening. And then can you repeat the question?
How long, when did you stop doing dates?
Like the sexual dates?
Yes.
I stopped doing them when I got out of the house, the end of August.
So end of August of 2021. And did you, when you left the house, had you broken up with Mr. Rodriguez at that point?
Yes.
So your romantic relationship ended at the same time your commercial relationship?
Yes.
And did there come a time where you got a police escort and went back to the home?
Yes.
And this is after your FBI, correct?
This is before.
Before the FBI?
Yes.
And Did you feel like there was stuff in the house that you wanted to make sure you got out, your personal items?
Yes.
You said on direct that Mr. Rodriguez didn't contribute to groceries, is that right?
Yes.
And so one of the reasons you felt like the 50-50 split wasn't fair was because you ended up being on the hook for groceries.
Yes, and I would also pay for going out quite a bit to restaurants to get food.
So food, eating out and groceries were two things you spent money on.
And furniture in the home, dishes, there's no dishes, you have to buy dishes, everything for a home that you need. Curtains, everything I bought. I made the home look like home.
Did you pay rent?
No.
Did you pay your car insurance?
Yes. Oh, well, not at the time. I didn't pay my car insurance at the time because he told me it'd be better to let them collect the car. Or, let it go through, I forgot what it's called.
Like repossession or something like that?
Yeah, he said just don't worry about it getting repossessed or anything, you don't need to pay it.
You actually got given a car by a client, correct?
Yes.
And was there any other time, the FBI ever asked you to get permissions to get your financial records?
No.
When you went back to the house, there were two things you were especially concerned with. One was you wanted to make sure you got your vape pen in your stash of marijuana, right?
Yes.
And the other was some expensive boutique clothes you purchased.
Yes.
And you asked for the help of Mr. Rodriguez's landlord in getting those things.
Not for the weed. By the end of the day, I said it was weed, I let it be. But yes, definitely. Well, what are you referring to when I got out of the home?
Yeah, when you came back with the police, what were you interested in retrieving? What were you trying to get?
Oh, I was just trying to get all of my stuff out of the house. Just everything that I owned, that was mine.
And were you particularly concerned with getting your expensive boutique clothes out of the house?
Yes, but I believe I already got them out of the house, so it was no problem with that. I was getting all my stuff out. I got those out the first thing.
And so there was a trip before you brought the police, or before you came with the police escort to get some of your items?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Yeah, before you got the police involved and came over with the police escort, you got other items out of there before?
No, I didn't. That day, that time when I had the police officer there was the only day I got everything out of there at once.
Isn't it the case that you said you saw these ads on, or you saw your ad on Eros?
He showed me the ads.
Did you ever see any others?
I had seen other ads, yes.
You just don't remember the websites that they were on?
Oh, no, I hadn't seen any other ads. There's a sugar daddy site. I'm not sure exactly what the name of it was. But he had put me on that one too, and he had showed me it, but I could never figure out either of those sites. So he was the one always going on that or showing me his phone.
It was the case that you and Mr. Rodriguez would sometimes screen potential clients together.
Yes.
Because this is no secret, what you're doing is dangerous work, right?
Yes.
It's something you can get hurt doing, right?
Yes.
And your safety is important to you, right?
Yes.
And it appeared to be important to Mr. Rodriguez as well.
Yes, but at the time, he would screen at first, and then later on, throughout it, he wouldn't really screen anymore. And I had ended up going on a very scary date because of it. I was encountered, it was one of my further dates. He made me drive too, and he was a crazy person and he was a meth head. And I didn't know that he was doing meth because I've never seen stuff like that. He had another one of his girls afterwards go out to that same person. And she ended up coming back and telling me, yeah, he was doing meth the whole time. And that was one of the days that I also decided to leave, not doing anything.
So it'd be fair to say that what you're saying is early on, you were involved in the screening process, but you felt
Yes.
you were not as involved as this went on over time.
Yes.
And as a result, you felt like you were being, that you had gone on unsafe dates.
Yes.
And in fact, during one of those dates, someone drugged you, right?
Yes.
Someone gave you LSD.
Yes.
And you were actually on it. That was a double date you were on with Frida, is that right? Or Kai?
No, cop.
And both of you came back to the house because you left that was a scary date, right?
Yes.
And when you came back, Mr. Rodriguez called the EMS, right?
Yes.
Is that right? You got you caught.
Yes.
Because you were having an adverse reaction to what had been unknowingly given to you.
Yes, but that day I can't really tell you much about it because I was in such a state. I didn't really know what I was doing at all.
And I'm really sorry that happened.
I'm sorry.
I want to ask you about this, the physical altercation you had with Mr. Rodriguez that involved the choking. Is that okay? Can I ask you about that?
Yes.
So when, do you remember when it was about 2.5 months you were living at this Mendoza house, is that right?
Yes.
During that time, do you know where?
Wait, sorry, you said 2.5 months at the
You said you left in
house?
August, right?
Yes, I left in August.
And so all of June, all of July, some of August.
Okay.
Is that right?
I don't exactly remember like the dates we moved into the Mendoza house, but maybe about 1.5.
When did the incident with the choking happen at the Mendoza house?
There was 2 incidents where he had choked me. It was at both the Bennett and Mendoza house. It only happened once at both houses.
And did you seek any medical treatment as a result of that?
No, I didn't.
Did you tell anyone about it?
No, I didn't have nothing to tell.
Well, you had a phone, right? Did you text anyone about it?
No, who am I gonna tell that I'm getting choked by somebody?
Well, I mean, Bree and Kai are living in the same house at the same time, right?
Yes.
There are other girls coming and going, right?
Yes.
Mitch is there, right?
Yes.
Tanya's upstairs, right?
Then again, I felt like if I had told somebody, it would have gotten worse. It wouldn't have gotten any better.
Well, you just said, who am I gonna tell? And now you're saying if I did tell anyone, it was gonna get worse.
Yes, because who am I gonna tell? I was scared to tell anybody.
Do you remember when this happened? Or in the Mendoza house, do you remember when this happened?
I don't remember exact dates, but I do remember he had gotten angry and he came up to me and he started to put his hands around my throat.
When you ultimately decided to leave, was the fact that these dates you were going on was unsafe, was that a big part of why you decided to leave?
No, I had ended up starting talking to somebody, like maybe the last few weeks when I told you I had wanted my own bedroom. I started to be able to sleep in my own bedroom.
Yeah. And so you said talking to somebody, do you mean another man?
Yes.
And did this other man help you get out of the house?
Not really, no.
Was this a man who had performed some maintenance work inside the house?
Yes.
Did you ever date this man subsequent to this?
Yes, I am with him now.
So there was a man who had come by Mr. Rodriguez's house for performing maintenance work. Did you tell the FBI you were forced to have sex with him? in exchange for maintenance work?
No, well, yes, what do you mean? Can you repeat that?
So when the FBI interviewed, one of the things you talked about was how it wasn't always money
Yes,
that was used in exchange for sex, right?
yes,
You said you would also sort of trade sex for work around the house. Is that fair to say?
yes,
And so this person that ultimately helped got you out of there, that was one of those people.
yes, but he didn't know what I was doing at the time.
So he didn't know.
He thought he was texting me and he thought it was more of like, like a friendship, just, some help on the house for some fun. So he thought he was texting me.
But you were not the person texting this individual?
No, not at the time, no.
You believe that was Mr. Rodriguez that was texting with him?
It was him who was texting him
How do you know?
because he had a fake Snapchat.
Who had it?
Like, Jenny. He had a fake Snapchat.
And the he was who asked you. Mr. Rodriguez had a fake Snapchat?
He had a fake Snapchat that he posts pictures of me on the story. And he made it to be my fake Snapchat, but I would never go on it and I had no password to it or anything.
You had your own Snapchat account?
I have my own, yes, I have the same one I did for years.
So. Judge, can I ask when you intend to go to? Or third? There is. Would it be possible to take a 5-minute break here, Judge, for something to review Mr. Rodriguez? Hey, could the witness be instructed, Judge?
I'm sorry.
Could the witness be instructed during to speak with him?
Okay. Maybe we're not gonna have to talk to him for a short period of time. Okay? You can sit down.
Yeah, as long as I'm not this. Yeah.
Well, you have a couple of long transcripts.
I'm looking at the transcript.
Really?
My sister's.
So you're the jinx, because we haven't had.
I'm-
We haven't had anything this
I
long
am-
in a long time.
I'm absolutely, I'm so overwhelmed, but I can do it. But it doesn't help. I also have new equipment.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Judge. I appreciate it.
No problem. You ready for the witness?
Yes, sir. Oh, I am.
Please retake the stand. Let me remind you that you're still under oath, okay? We are back on the record on Cool versus Rodriguez.
Ms. Casetta, did you, when you moved out, and you came back with the police escort, did you request the login information for the Arrow site so you could do the dates yourself?
No,
You never said,
no,
you know, there were police officers there, correct?
yes,
You know they have body cameras on, correct?
yes,
You also know Mr. Rodriguez was filming that camera, right?
yes,
And Judge, I requested this from the government.
I'm sorry?
I had requested this information from the government, the body on camera, from what you out, and it's not provided. There's no camera. When you were with Mr. Rodriguez, did you ever set up or perform dates separate from him?
no,
Did you ever have 100% of the proceeds from dates?
no,
Did you ever develop a relationship with a particular client that they gave you they set up a separate stream of business with just you apart from Mr. Rodriguez.
Objection, though.
This goes into human, she's saying she's being forced to do this, so if she was doing it on her own, separate from him, that kind of undercuts the idea that he was compelling her to do it against her will.
Not necessarily, not if she was forced to do the sexual action from the people.
You were making good money, right?
Yes.
You kept doing it because you were making good money.
No.
That was one of the reasons you were doing it, not because you were being compelled.
The only reason, if I was doing it for the money, was to be able to come up with enough money on my own to get a good schooling, education, and to get placed because I know where to go.
You did, in fact, set up relationships with people separate and apart from Mr. Rodriguez in order to make money.
No, I didn't.
Did you have a client named Barry?
Yes.
Did he, the same one who gave you the car?
Yes.
On the day that you left Mr. Rodriguez's house, did Barry pay you $4,000?
I don't remember.
You don't remember if you got $4,000 the day you got Mr. Rodriguez's house?
I actually don't remember.
How did you and Mr. Rodriguez exchange the money that wasn't cash? Meaning, let me just ask you a couple set of questions here. Sometimes clients would pay with cash out, is that fair to say?
Yes.
They pay with Venmo, is that fair to say?
I didn't have Venmo, but yes, I believe so.
And so, or PayPal, is that fair to say?
I didn't have PayPal either, just Cash App.
And so there would be situations in which Mr. Rodriguez would they send you the money via Cash App and then you would send money to Mr. Rodriguez, or would they send him the money? How did that?
They would send it to, I believe I didn't even have Cash App until I got home. He had told me to download it, and then I believe I put that fake name I used when I would go out on dates on it. And it just, it depended the situation. Like if he was trying to send me money, he'd just send like my hat to me. And then if the customers paid for the fake Cash App, then they would, they'd send it to the
What would
Cash
get the
App.
money initially?
For the Cash App, if it was Cash App, I would give the money.
So the money was cash out to you and then you would give half of it to the thing?
Yes.
And the Cash App, that has to be connected to ultimately to a bank account or a credit card or something like that. Is that fair to say?
I think it's just Cash App. I don't think it's connected to anything.
How did you ultimately redeem that money from your Cash App?
I'll just use a Cash App card.
When did you first, in terms of your family or people outside of the sort of the circle that Mr. Rodriguez was in, when did you first tell them about what happened?
I had told them maybe about a week, maybe 1 to 2 weeks towards the end there, that I wasn't feeling safe at home. And I had started to explain what was going on. And they told me that I need to get out of there right away. And they also knew it was unsafe for me to leave at certain times while he was in the home. And I told them that he would take my keys and my phone and he would not let me out the door.
But you were still doing dates.
Sorry, one more
You're
time?
still doing dates at this time, correct?
At what time?
When, in this last week before you left the home?
Yes, I was still made to go on these dates in order to be able to.
It's fair to say you never arranged with a family member to say, hey, come pick me up, I'm gonna be at this spot at this time.
No.
Be fair to say that you never said, hey, pull up in the alley behind the house and I can come out the back door.
No.
Mr. Rodriguez slept a fair amount while you were awake, is that fair to say?
No.
He didn't.
No.
So whenever you were awake, Mr. Rodriguez.
Yeah.
what was the actual event? Like when you left, how did that happen?
Like I said, it was towards the end of August, and I was like, I was already not in the house. I was already like with my mom and my sister that day, and they were there to help me get all my things out of the house. And my mom wanted to make sure it was safe because she wanted to make sure I could get all of my things out. So, and she had an officer come just in case he would start to try to cause problems.
And so when I said you had the police escort to get your stuff out of the house, that was this particular time.
Yes.
So while this is going on, you said Mr. Rodriguez took your keys, I think, between 2 and 5 times, is what you said.
Yes.
During that time, you would also go visit with your mom and your sister, in between when that first started happening and you ultimately left.
No, I barely ever went to my mom's house while I was in the home. It was still a rocky relationship with my biological mother because she was an addict.
And so does hardly ever mean never?
I probably went over her house maybe once or twice during the whole time I was in the situation. And one of the times he had come with me to meet my mom and my sister.
You ultimately told the FBI that Mr. Rodriguez kept the proceeds of what was going on in a house in Fort Huron. You remember telling them that?
Yes, because I felt like I was paying for everything in the home. And I wasn't getting like the money.
You need more than half.
There was he at his place, his mother's place, he kept, that's where I actually kept my money because he told me it would be safe there. So a lot of that money I never got back, most of it.
And so that money was, where we, in this home, did you tell the police, the FBI, where that money was?
Yes.
Did you give them like an address or a name, or how did you kind of?
I told him that it was his mother's house in Fort Huron, and that he would keep it in the basement, the lower level part of the house.
Did you give them more details on that?
I told them that it seemed to be in like under in kind of like it's like shelving cabinet type stitch, like in the lower level of the house. I believe it was the basement, and it was right next to his mother's room.
So when the FBI interviewed, did they tell you that they were going to record that interview, or did they tell you they weren't?
They told me it was recorded.
Did you ever see that recording?
No.
And the place that they interviewed you in, did it feel more like living room or more
I'm
like
sorry, do you mean it recorded as in the paper or in
like video?
video?
or audio?
I didn't see it.
And I'm gonna ask you about paper in a second. So
Okay.
when you were talking to them, was the room more like a living room or more like an interrogation room?
It was like an interrogation room.
And
well, are you referring to the first time I had spoken to the FBI?
yeah, I want to actually know about all the different times you spoke to the
Okay,
FBI.
well,
So
the first time they had come up to my work. Oh yeah, and I do believe they did reach out to me to speak to me as my boss. But they came out to my job and it was in a room and in my work it was at Cabela's. The one of the people that were higher up there let them use the office to speak to me.
So this is the Ida computer store.
Sorry, one more time?
In Monroe County at Taladana.
No, Cabela's in Chesterfield.
And so you're there. So did they call you ahead of time and say, hey, we're gonna come talk to you, or they spot you at work?
If they did, I don't think I got it. I don't know. I don't even remember if it was a text or call. And I don't think it was a call because I was working that day, so I'm going to get it.
So let me ask you this. So it was a surprise. Sure.
Yes.
When you saw them, how long did you know they were police, or do you know who they were when they showed up, or they identified?
I could tell who they were because I knew somebody was just coming out to talk to me. Eventually, everything.
So since you left Mr. Rodriguez, you're sort of waiting for somebody to show up, talk to you about what happened.
Not waiting for them. The landlord, Tanya, that was the one that told me that, you know, some investors are going to talk to me.
To when they came and talked to you, they tell you what they were investigating?
Well, yes.
Did they tell you that you weren't going to get in trouble no matter what you said?
Yeah.
Let's be clear, at this point, you had not told them sort of the nature of your story, right?
I'm sorry that
You haven't written down everything and said, here's how I was being coerced by Mr. Rodriguez to engage in sex work. You hadn't said that to the FBI when they came to us, right?
I'm a little confused in the question.
So when the FBI comes in, you hear from Tanya that they're going to come to your office.
Yes.
Or they're coming out of somewhere,
Yeah.
somewhere, sometime. They pop up at your work and you get brought into an office. Sit and talk.
Yes.
At that moment, you had not given your story to the FBI in any way, shape, or form.
No.
So before they heard your story, they told you you won't get in trouble for anything.
Yes.
Did they ask you whether or not Mr. Rodriguez coerced you?
Just coerced me, I'm sorry.
Made you do something, made you do this.
Yes, they did.
Did they ask you if Mr. Rodriguez hurt you?
No, I told them that he put his hands on me.
Did they ask you if Mr. Rodriguez ever drugged you?
No, they, you know, then again, I had just, you know, they were asking me questions about what happened in the home, so pretty much from there, it was all me talking.
Were
And
they-
saying everything that happened, from what I remember at the time.
And were they taking notes at that time?
I'm not sure, I believe so.
And I'm still talking about the office at Cabela's. Did they record it? Do you see any recording or voice memos on a phone? Or anything like that?
I wasn't paying attention, I was just trying to, you know, be heard about what was going on.
So sometime after you concluded this interview, they had you come to like a more of a formal police station sort of setting.
Yes.
Remember where that was?
Not exactly.
Do you remember what county it was in, or if it wasn't a particular building? Or if it was
I don't actually remember, I'm really bad at directions.
Was it close in time when you had the interview with Fellas?
It was fairly close after the movie of Fellas, yeah.
Within a week?
I don't really remember for sure.
And when you came to that interview, was there anybody different there that time?
No, well, I don't think, I had a couple of interviews, I think 3, and, I believe at one point, there was one interview where 2 other females were.
You don't remember if that was the second interview?
No.
They tell you that second interview was going to be recorded.
Sorry, one more time?
Did they tell you that second interview was going to be recorded?
I believe they told me all the interviews were recorded.
So that third interview, when did that third interview happen?
Again, I'm not sure the exact dates. 'Cause
Sure.
it was a bit ago. But I'm not really sure.
Was it close in time to the second interview?
No, that third and like sort of, like maybe, I'm not really sure, maybe a couple weeks to a month after that one.
What season was it when this interview happened?
Can you repeat that?
What season was it? Was it fall, spring?
I'd have to look back and see your calendar.
So during that third interview, why was there a third interview? Was this subject matter the same, or were there new questions?
It was like pretty much the same each interview.
Of these 3 interviews, did they have you review any report the FBI had written?
No,
You said you saw a piece of paper about your statement earlier. I was asking questions.
for prep for court.
Okay, so that was recently. So there's a 4th. There's a 4th session.
Is that considered a session? To me, it was an, it was more of just prepping before.
In terms of prepping for court, were the FBI agents there?
Yes,
And so, when you're prepping for court, did they practice your testimony with you?
no,
Did they tell you what questions they were going to ask you?
they only told me what to expect that would happen today, like I'd have to say my name, swearing, and on the Bible, and the truth. Just preparing me for what the scenery would look like, and how I would be questioned, but not the specific questions.
But in the course of that, in preparation for court, they gave you the document. They gave you a document to read.
Yes,
And what was that document?
it was one of my recorded statements from before, from one of the first interview or 2.
When you say recorded, do you mean audio, video recorded, or something else?
Written.
Written. And did you write that statement?
I said everything in the statement, yes.
So they gave you a doc, but my question is, did you write it out? Did you type out that statement? Or make it?
No, they did.
Of course it doesn't. Mary, do you have any other questions to you, Judge? Okay. Now, Ms. Casetta, you said earlier that you were aware that Mr. Rodriguez had done dates as well. Is that right?
Yes.
There was times when actually the 2 of you went and did dates together. Is that fair to say?
No.
That never happened?
No.
No one ever paid to sort of watch the 2 of you together?
No.
And in terms of, I asked you a couple of questions about a guy named Mike Savag earlier. Remember those questions?
Yes.
And you don't know anyone that ever was at the Mendota house named Mike Savag?
No.
Other than Mitch and Mr. Rodriguez, were there ever any other men in the house?
No.
Did you ever set up dates on your own if a client would call?
Sorry, one more time?
Sometimes dates would just be set up over text message. Sometimes the clients would call to verify there was in fact an email and they're in the line, right?
Yes.
Okay, so you would take those calls, right?
He would always be around me when I took those calls and he would be right behind the phone telling me what to say. Yes.
And so you would take calls and you would set up dates by answering those calls.
He would set up the dates. He would make me take the calls and he'd watch me the entire time of the call to make sure I was saying the correct thing or looking the right way.
I have no further questions.
You redirect?
No, you're right.
Thank you. You may step. You're all set. Thank you.
This is excused, correct?
Yes. Who else did you have here today?
We have one more witness, Your Honor, but the court is going.
Who was that witness?
She's another victim. She's another victim. Her testimony will probably not be as extensive, but it's certainly going to be more than the 3 minutes or so that we have left today. If that.
All right, so we're going to need another date. Would you like for the court to instruct that witness to appear for that other date?
We'll take
Remind that witness that she's still under subpoena.
We'll take care of it.
You can have it. You can have it.
You need another afternoon?
We might need to.
We might need to.
There are 3 charges complaints, Judge, and the law enforcement system that will be testifying about this.
Actually, there's 5.
Right.
So March 3rd, March 23rd at 1:30?
Oh, my God. That's a Thursday, right?
Yes. Oh, you know what? I can't do Thursday.
Can I say it on Saturday?
Yes. I could do. March 24th at 1:30.
I'm not available.
Not available at all, baby.
No, I'll take that here.
March 29th at 1:30.
I'm available.
The afternoon?
Yes. We can do the 29th and we can do 31st. April 3rd.
Weird about it, third like that. Oh, I'm starting a jury. So I'm starting a jury trial. So no, April 3rd.
Let's just go with March 30th. We'll go from there.
29th.
29th. March 29th at 1:30.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.